All right. Are we live? I said, are we live? Welcome to the Minister, Brother DERRICK, Saturday sermon. Now, I would like to apologize to those of y'all because I am late. At about 5:40, I came across the TR show. And so they were talking about religion. So I went in there and I started chatting with the people, hoping to bring some of them, get some of them to come take a look at us. And I got caught up in the chat. I looked up, it was at the 5 o'clock. So I had to run around. So let's get started. Why the volume so low?
It's really hard to be a Christian in 2020. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double standpoint, and we don't get no respect in the world. We are
I don't know why the volume so low.
We are considered strong. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet, these people have no moral. And you see what the world is going to see. We get no credit. So, this is for those who are here. Let's get it. Every day I dance before the Lord. So I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I walk about the track as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my God. And if he left me till another day, I continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sinning, stop to God, and start with him. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Heaven is my goal, earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud, his desire is to keep me away from my God. The more people I come off as righteous, with a repentance I might check. You will do the things that God can't stand and frowns on. Every day I've been reborn, I've been hit with many opportunities. I cannot remain in unity. The Holy Father, sometimes I wonder is it like a father? I remain devout when it feels like I'm missing out. Most of the people that I meet who lie, killing cheap, seem content while Christians like me. All time spent struggling. We should feel the other way around. I'm not complaining, but I need to tell someone who's living it up to give it up when they're focusing high. Doing right is a headache. There's got to be a better road today. You know a little round between Jesus and Satan. I know who to follow me. I'm not debating, but what I'm waiting for. Satan is winning the battle, but God is winning the war. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I take Jesus like a extension cord. I walk around the life as long as my name is in the book of life. Let the light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my God, and if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people today. Stop being selfish, stop saying this, come to God, and start winning. I roll with the Lord, is in control, in the heaven is my home, the earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud, his desire is to keep me away from my God. There's a struggle every day to stay on course. I'm behind the enemy line, so I need the word of God as my force, my resource. They coming at me with the negativity that's around me. The devil has a battle on my head. Sometimes I dread coming outdoors. I feel like I've been begging before, but it's okay. The devil can play his mind game, but he can't hurt me right now. That's the first thing. He tries to distract me physically, financially, but these things don't mean jack to me. I turn my back to me. It's not easy. It's in bad things to be greedy. So always want what we can't have. So material is nothing to me. Hey, don't make me laugh. I feel like your man was a difference. It's all show. The police never take me where I got to go. But if I chill still, now I lose thought perfection. To a house for election. To be under the direction of a sick demon. To go into on my soul, no thanks. I roll with the Lord, man, stay strong. day I dance before the Lord, so I stay deep like an extension cord. I welcome all the Christ along with my neighbors in the book of life. Let my light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide, and if he let me live another day, I continue to come to the people and say, stop it and stop it, I said it. Come to God and start winning. Minister Brother Derrick. Let's get it. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick Show, and I am Minister Brother Derrick. I just want to say that I love Jesus, and that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. Well, people say to keep it real, but here's the deal. If you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. When your time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God, or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell, where the heat swells up, there's no relief. Not for a moment of peace. The agony and cries never cease. There's someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm a walking inferno. But seriously though, this won't happen if Jesus come back and finds you natural. See, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this realm, I show no fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep macking, keep stacking, keep on shacking up. But get caught napping and the jig is up. And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. If you think that witnessing to your neighbors is weird, think of foreign countries with statues of idols of fear. Nations of people who don't know God. Only biblical concepts like a parallel love. Most Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls by the million, but we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we ask for blessings that we don't deserve. And you wonder why prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really admire. You know you have a desire to make that easy money, drive the fancy car, you feel like a star. When you enter the bars or clubs, deep down your spirit isn't for God or his ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. Let the Holy Spirit lead us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The Minister Brother Derrick Show. Let's get it. Welcome to the Sunday sermon, everyone. This is Brother Derrick, Minister Brother Derrick. And You know, I want to come to you, and I want to tell you things that you can use, and things that'll get you to have a connection with Jesus and God. So I wrote this, so I hope y'all enjoy it. Let's get to it. St. John wrote that Satan accuses us believers before God day and night. The Lord depends on us to do what is right, but our flesh is not tough enough to stand alone. We lean on Jesus so that we're no longer prone. See, if you're slack, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are slaves to the greediness of his flesh. Money, women, and cars. Sports, pornography, and bars. But these are things that God hates. So he separates and chastises us till we change our ways, humble ourselves and pray. Remember, the house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart, your thoughts, and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace, and I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, you're free or race. My believers in Jesus will all go into the same place. And that's good to know that God loves us all, black and white, short or tall. He only asks us to be more like him. Then you won't want to sin. Let God into your heart and make a fresh start. You have a clean slate. Jesus' blood makes you pure in God's eyes. So stay vigilant and keep the evil and this world at a distance. Ignore the devil's resistance. Keep hoping that you slip. He chips away at your faith and strips away from God's grace. But really Jesus, he'll mediate on your behalf. The devil has many demons on his staff. Scouting, shouting things in your ear. Chipping away at your self-esteem while you daydream. So be alert. Step up to the Father and tell Satan and his armies, they don't even bother. But I say this. That house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart, your thoughts, and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace. I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, your creed or race. By believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. People are talking about struggling, saying life is hard, rough, you got to be tough. But there's nothing harder than standing up to God. Evil is rampant. Even our nation today, morality is gone. That's why our society says no right or wrong. Fulfill your wants, go along with the crowd, fulfill the wrath of their tongues. This country's going to hell in a basket or a casket. And if you speak, you're labeled a fanatic, a Bible-quoting, scripture-quoting do-gooder who's living in a fantasy world, waiting for a heaven that never comes. But God's will be done. You can't stop it. You're on the wrong side. Swallow your pride and humble yourself. Ignore the traps of this world. Study the word and let the knowledge unfurl. Because I'm telling you, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace and I wish you well. This is Minister Brother Derrick, and this is a new theme song for our Sunday sermon in the Bible study. Peace, everybody. Much love to you.
Yes, the driver, you are correct, sir. Jesus was dark-skinned, but is it more important to push what color he was or what he had to say? Because when we get into those vain aspects, the word loses meaning and people start focusing on how he looked rather than what was the reason, the purpose for him even coming. That should be the main thing. when we all stand before him, we'll know how he look. My job is to get you there. And arguing with you about his skin complexion is a distraction from the actual physical word. Everything is a distraction. You know, I was over there on the TR show. I had just spent the past 4 hours trying to get 2K to work, and it wouldn't. So I said, okay, well, then let's try 1080. And we could have been doing 1080 the whole time instead of doing 720. So instead of doing standard, we could have been doing full HD. But I've been so focused on 2K that I forgot about 1080p. So we are here in full HD, and we're using a cell phone. And I watched the computer struggle. I played them songs for a reason. I let them animations run. And I picked fast-moving animations. I wanted to test the PC. You know? I wanted to test her out. I wanted to push it. And we've only dropped 2% of the frames. So while we ran that animation, the PC usage went from 39% to 79%. I was testing it. So if you saw any freezes or if you saw any flakes, let me know. I was testing the PC at the same time showing the animations, because the animations really stress the PC. Remember, we only given 5 megabyte or 5,000 gigabytes. And I got it set on 36.5 or 36,500. So that only leaves 13,500 bits of data to run everything else, to run our videos, to run the websites we go to. So, gotta have a balance. Now, if you don't mind me flaking out on you or freezing, we can do the 2K. But it's going to be flaking out and freezing. The words are going to flicker. You know, they might not be crisp. They might go blurry for a second and come back. I'm trying to avoid that. I want y'all to be able to read as I'm reading. So it doesn't even matter what I'm saying because you can read for yourself. I want you to have that clear picture. So that's what we did. Before we get to the sermon, I want to address that troll that keeps leaving comments. For you to advertise in my comment section, talking about if you really want to see the real wrestling review come to your show. Sir, I didn't mind your other comments, but that one I did. That's why I took it out. I left your other comment there. The quality still sucks. I didn't take that one out. But I left the one you were advertising. If you're doing so well, and you saw only 20 people watch the stream last night, why did you feel the urge, if you're doing so much better, to come advertise to my 19 people that watched? Why you feel you had to come take them? You have to wonder about the demonic spirit of people. Now, if I was laying at home under mama titty or laying at home under daddy nutsack, then I would have a lot of money to put into my stream. But I think I do very well with what I have, sir. But I saw your stream. And if you put 3,000 into that, I don't know where you put it at. Because I could do the same thing you were doing with Streamlabs. If you spent $3,000 to do that, my setup all together, we haven't spent $1,000. but I'll put it up against anybody's. So why don't you get a place to stream at so we can stop looking at your dirty room? Get a place to stream at where you ain't got the bed in the picture. And if you're going to have your bed in the picture, at least get a queen size or a king size bed and make it look like you're about something. Not no little kitty bed in that little cell of a room. You ain't got room to do nothing. How you move without knocking something down? But you talking about somebody else. At least put a bedspread on that daggone mattress. Why are you sitting there with that cheap blanket that look like you got it from the $5 store? Y'all don't talk about wherever y'all live at, y'all got a lot store. This man sitting here keep trying to pick on us. For what? What drives you? We know what drives you. Your father, the devil, drives you to come pick. To try to discourage me from coming on. But all I'm doing is talking about the wrestling. You ain't say one thing about the religious shows, not one thing about our other videos, but you keep focusing on the wrestling. Why is that? I think deep down, you see me as competition. I'm just starting out and you jumping on me already. I ain't done but 5 shows. And I'm being trolled already. But nobody don't say nothing about the quality of the show. They don't say nothing about what I say. You running animations. And? What's wrong with that? I got a song that I made specifically for that purpose. I start out with that. So I got a custom-made song. I use animations, and I don't use any that have, people's stamps on them. Or I just take them out if I can. So I'm not using copyrighted material. So what's your problem? I watched your show. All I saw was your bedroom. You should be ashamed. I will be ashamed. Maybe that's why I use a green screen. So I don't have that distraction in the background. So people ain't looking all around. There, look at that. Is that a vibrator on the table? What's that right there? That's some weed over there? That's some Viagra right there? What's the matter? You can't get it up, Johnny? What's the matter? No, that's why you use a green screen. Then you're going to say the green screen is trash. If the green screen is trash, it does its job. I've not had one person say, hey, I don't like your picture. Only you. Even when we didn't even have the capability to use the green screen, and I was using it for a background, nobody never said one thing about it. It used to irk me. It took me 6 months to learn how to use this OBS. But when we finally got a PC instead of that raggedy laptop, we was able to go and use it. It's 5 different pictures behind my head coming together to make one. They all separate. That takes a lot of planning and a lot of time and a lot of effort. Don't tell me I don't put an effort into my show. That's bullcrap. Then you're going to tell me, why you so small on the screen? Because we don't just talk about wrestling. We talk about a variety of topics. And a lot of times, if somebody asks something that I don't know what it is, I put it on the screen. So that gets the most space because I want the people to be able to look. Not just take my word for it, look for yourself. If I'm reading you something, don't just take my word for it. It's on the screen for you to see. So you can't say, well, that's what Minister Brother Derrick said. No, that is what such and such said. This is what these scholars say. That's what the encyclopedia says. That's what Wikipedia says. But I seen the other shows where y'all reading off something. I got my tablet on the way. Don't worry, it's coming. But I'm going to figure out how I can take my notes and transcribe them on the screen. See, this is the difference. I'm always trying to figure out something new. Whereas y'all just think if you get the best equipment, that's number one. That's not number one. Because there are people who don't use nothing but a cell phone and get thousands of views. So the equipment don't matter. It's your content. And I can tell you right now, you sitting there, yeah, and Roman Reigns, Roman Reigns said that he's not gonna the wrestle. I don't know who wants to listen to somebody talk like that. That what y'all do over there in your community? Because I watch a lot of videos. A lot of these tech videos. That's how I get so savvy. I'm always looking. And I sit there and I see the people and I be like, man, do I sound like that? Yeah, like wow. I'm gonna show you this I'm gonna show you how this works here, and you're not a natural. You can't just come in front of the camera and be yourself. Hey, today we're gonna show you this. Yeah, we're gonna you sound like the nerd trying to ask the cheerleader for a date in high school. Yeah, how you doing there, Becky? I was just wondering, the spring cotillion is coming up, and then some smooth guy is going to come, push you out the way, and go, hey, Becky, would you like to go to the cotillion with me? I got the limo and everything set up. Are you going to come? And they take the girl from you. Because you don't know how to talk. And I find it amazing that in the industry today, when I was growing up, it was about wrestling. It wasn't about talking. But now all y'all say, oh, Bobby Lashley don't have no personality. He can't talk. But when y'all doing y'all reviews, y'all can't talk. Ums and ohms and who the heck wanna watch that? But I realize it's a lot of people that's just like you. We know who watching you. The nerds, the geeks, the spazzers. I really hate to take my Saturday sermon and address somebody, but what better way to show how the devil has infected our community, infected our minds, just like this virus is doing. Except these demons are working every day. There ain't no break. At least in the pandemics, we get a break. You had the flu, then you had the SARS, you had the MERS, you had the Ebola. At least you got a break from them. You don't get a break from these demons ever. They just constantly hitting. And if they ain't trying to bug you, they not happy. But that's why we come here every day, to be a counter. Because I am the antidote. Because you can't move me. You can't shake me. You can't break me. I'm filled with the Holy Spirit. And I got something that's powerful, and you suckers can't come near it. So keep on following your Father. Follow him right into that furnace. Now, let me check my chat, and then we will get right into the show. Oh, the driver gave me his email. Is there a way to hold on a sec. Give me 1 second, y'all. I hope the quality don't diminish for a second, but because I'm using the same phone. Hold on a sec. Go to Gmail. Go to Compose. And the address is the driver. Oops. The driver 7154 at Gmail. .com. Okay. So I did have you. Compose email. We're just going to say hello and send. All right. So I wonder why you didn't come up before. I typed in the driver and only your Cash App donations came up. And I even tried to send you a message there. I don't know if you can see it, but it's right there. Not found. Said the address was not found. Anyway, let's get back to the show. Sorry for that, y'all. Thanks for y'all patience. Let's get to it, y'all. Now, this is our first. The driver says, I'm looking at our sector still roasting each other while all this stuff is going on. It's sad, BD. Hey, the driver, let me tell you. I told y'all at 4:40, I had just finished the setup. And I said, I'm going to go ahead and start getting ready. And I was backing out. And I saw the TR show was on. And it was on religion. So I said, well, let me take a look real quick. And I got in there. Before I knew it, the people was like, how you doing? I just said hi to everybody. Before you knew it, I was in there typing away. I was just in there typing away. And then I just happened to look up. And I said, man, it's 5:10. Oh, Lord. So I had to hurry up and run around. But that's why I was late today. And like I said, I was hoping some other people would come over. But, you know, hey, I gave it a shot. That's the one thing we always do. We give it a shot. Let's get to our topic today. And we got something from young Pharaoh at it again. But I'll probably show that on a later show. All right, so let's look at the crucifixion of Jesus. Wait a minute, this animation gonna pop up twice. That's one time. Come on, where you at? You showed up twice last time I came in. Let me make sure y'all can see it. Yes, y'all can see it. Okay, good. Let's pull the chat up. Because before we even look at this, and y'all know I take it as a challenge. I might glance at it to see if it's relevant, but I don't read it. So I don't know what we get ready to read. But it's on the topic. Now it's up to me to decipher and make it apply. But before we go there, I want to tell you what I think, what the Spirit is telling me. Now, this is Easter. Liz said, sorry, she was on the phone with Lowe's. I understand, Liz. You know, I ordered, I was showing y'all that tablet, that Le Mans. I entered the auction and I won. I didn't want to win. So I canceled it, right? So then I was Googling and then I saw, wait a minute, QVC was pushing that tablet when it came out. I found out that, we on Android 9.0 and it's still on 4.4. And so I was like, man, it's outdated. And I was like, nah, I better go ahead and get something better. But it's an 8-inch tablet. It got a quad-core processor. The features, I didn't know the features were good on it. It just was cheap. I mean, with shipping, it was only $21 and something. You can't even get a Nook for under $20. So this was a tablet. And remember, I'm not using it to watch videos on. I'm only using it to be able to read my notes. Y'all know that I'm using the dictation app off of Google. And I'm using the free version. And it won't let you save everything. Now, if I could save it and share it, I could send it to the Hangouts, and then I can blow it up and have it in my face and read it. But the dictation ain't perfect. And a lot of the times, you'll get confused reading what you said because it'll change the same way you get that when you use when you texting. The autocorrection has somebody trying to get you. Because it'll take your words and it'll say what it wants you to say, and you might say, man, that daggone thing gonna be the death of me. And that thing might say, I'm gonna be the death of you. You're gonna be the death of me. What? So that's why I wanted something where I could look at the notes and I had to, be like this, trying to read and trying to keep the phone out the camera while I'm reading. So I just wanted a tablet that I could just set up right here, and I can just scroll and read what I want to say, look at my notes. That's the only reason I wanted it. So, like I said, all the reviews said that it was good and that it was good for the price. So I contacted people back and I said, hey, I want it. And they wouldn't let me uncancel it. So I sent the guy like 3 notices. I said, look, I paid for it. Why hadn't it shipped yet? And so he applied for a shipping label yesterday. So hopefully he'll ship it today. It's supposed to be here by Thursday, which means it's going to come after the Wednesday night wrestling and the Monday night wrestling. So I'm still going to have to make do. But anyway, let's get back to our topic. You say, why don't I do a PowerPoint? The only thing I've done on the PowerPoint is the Family Feud thing. The PowerPoint allows you to do dictation. See, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to review the wrestling, right? And you can't play it and do the review because you'll get flagged. So you watch it and, you take your notes. Now you can try to write them down, but, you got people jumping all around the ring. How you going to follow them? So I just try to get the key points. Like somebody do a great move, you know, I'll say that. Because a lot of the times, trying to read that little jumbled up stuff, a lot of times I don't even use it most of the time. And also remembering names. It's good for remembering names. And a lot of times the names don't come out right. Like you'll say Lacey Evans and he'll say Lucifer Beggin. Like what? And then you gotta hurry up in your brain. You gotta process that error and fix it before you say something. So that's why I said it's not as easy as it looks. It's just a regular tablet. It's an 8-inch tablet. Wait a minute. Let me pull it up real quick. What are you doing? I didn't ask you for that. I asked you for purchase history. What are you doing, sir? You doing what you want to do? There we go. All right. Now it's showing up. All right. See, I had to call the guy. Now it's showing up. There it is right there. It's called the LePan TC820 8-inch quad-core 8 gigabyte tablet. But see, it got Android 4.2.2, so it's an older Android. So when's it coming? Tracking number provided, information sent, cable picked up. Alrighty, so they have it. They got it yesterday, so it's picked up. So hopefully Monday they'll push it out for delivery. And we put. Hold on, wait a minute now. We supposed to get it Monday, April 13th. We supposed to get it Monday. Cool. It's only coming from Shrewsbury, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the state over. So that's good. They say estimated delivery is Monday, April the 13th. Cool. So I might get it in time for the Monday Night Raw. See that? You don't know what God got planned for you. You really don't. Come on. I'm just trying to let y'all see how it looks. That's all it is a basic tablet. But they usually come in 7-inch or 10.1. So this is an 8-inch. So that's big enough for me to sit it right here. And that's all we needed. Just something to do the reviews with. Now the Friday Night SmackDown didn't go that well. So Liz, you said a PowerPoint. Can you do dictation on a PowerPoint? Because I love to just sit here like I'm sitting now and be watching the wrestling, and then I can just say what I want to say. You say, how did I get it for free? How I get what for free? You talking about the app? Did I charge this phone? I'm just using an app called Speech Notes. Wait a minute, are they talking to me or talking to somebody else? Naya said, I was looking forward to cooking on a new stove tonight. Liz says they were supposed to deliver our new fridge and stove at 5, but we haven't heard from them. Hold on. No, I don't need it to say anything to me. I'm talking into it. Okay, it's loading up right now. Hold on. Let me find the app. Here it is. Now see, and let me put the screen. So I'm going to start a new one. Okay. Now, see that microphone right there? You press the microphone, and so Saturday sermon is today. I wonder how we're going to get this all together before everybody start getting bored and walk away. They didn't record anything. Hey, how you doing today? What's happening? What y'all been doing? So, hey, what's up? Now see, wait a minute. So, if I'm watching the wrestling, you know what I'm saying? Then I would be like, oh Lord, we got Alexa Bliss, her and Nikki Cross again. It's a daggone shame. Why they keep pushing this daggone woman? She can't wrestle her way out of a paper bag. Couldn't wrestle her way into it. This woman got a 6 move set and sitting here trying to do a 20-minute match. All she got is a slap to the face, a forearm. She picked up a new weak drop kick. I give her that. She picked up a drop kick. But man, why do you want to see her wrestle? If you want to see some nude wrestling, then go watch nude wrestling. I want to see somebody that's going to entertain me and do some fancy moves. I don't want nobody to just sit there and make faces. This ain't the comedy hour. This is wrestling. I want to see some real professional wrestling. And so then, as you can see, so instead of having it on this little teeny screen, I want it on a big 8-inch screen so it's easier to read. Now, like I said, there's probably a better program than that. And I'm sure you got to pay for it. But I just wanted something where I could just look, you know, and just look at my notes. You know? Liz said you are speaking too fast for it, first off. No, I didn't get a free tablet. I paid $21 for it. It wasn't free. But to get an 8-inch tablet, that's not no cheap Chinese knockoff, if you know what I'm saying. You know, it might work one day. It might come damaged in the shipping because they're using them old cheap parts. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I could have ordered a 10-inch tablet. And these Chinese people lying, it got 10 cores in it, and it's only $15.99. Yeah, whatever. You got 10 cores. 10 cores in a tablet. 10.1 inches. Android 9.0. And it's only $15.99. Come on, man. And then they were talking about it be June before you get it. I'm sitting there like, you know how much traveling that thing, and they talking about it's razor thin. I'm just trying to imagine. Liz said if you want to look at your notes, just use PowerPoint. I have PowerPoint. That's how we did the that's how we did the Family Feud board. Remember, we used PowerPoint. But how do you use PowerPoint for dictation? Maybe I'll look that up. Because we have it's not a legit version of PowerPoint, but it works. But when I tried to transfer them over, like I tried to share it, and I tried to share it in Hangouts, it will only do the first part. Meaning, I had like this long, and it will only do that much of it. And like I said, when we cut off, when the OBS came back on, since it lost connection with YouTube, and it's looking for the YouTube live, and it wasn't there. So what was there? The Hangouts. So it put the Hangouts there, and it actually showed the Hangouts. And people was concerned that information was showing, and I let them know. I made sure the only thing that you can see, Laura name, just her name. You can see Snazzy Girl's name, just her name. You can see North Carolina, that's it. And a bunch of, when we got them troll phone calls, they show up there, and that's it. They were like, well, what's that in that paragraph right there? And I was like, that was me trying to share my wrestling notes. And they were like, oh. I was like, I'll send you a picture, blow it up. You can read it. With all the mistakes in there. But you can read it. But Liz said, if you want to look at your notes, I need something to dictate. Now you say to talk a little slower. Okay, I can try that. See, that helps. I can talk a little slower. But how can I get something to just take the dictation? See, I wanted to take the dictation and put it in the words. I could just record it, but I mean, I want to put it to words so I can read it. You know, so you can have your notes. You know, just like if you was giving a speech, you might not want to write the speech word for word, but you want to have your notes there so you don't miss no good points. You know, like somebody will say, well, you mentioned the water level. What percentage of carcinogens are in the water level? You're like, well, no. If you got your notes there, you look down there. Before we came in, it was a 40% carcinogen base in the water levels. Since we've implemented our system, we've got it down to 0.5%. That's why you should go with our water treatment system. See, you have your notes there, they back you up. You know, the same way I use these scholars on the internet. Are they going to back up what I say, or will they denote me? We don't know. I can give you what I'm told, and then let's see. Does it match up? Well, with the other people who supposedly are more trained or more scholared, do they say the same thing? And that's the challenge for me. I like to challenge myself. So anyway, back to our topic, our first Saturday sermon, because we are here on the Sabbath. And you're not supposed to do any work, but that's up to you. Some people going to do Sunday, do it. I'm not going to hate on you. But I can't not tell you the truth. What you do with it is up to you. Now, this weekend, we celebrate the crucifixion, the death, and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The whole Christian religion is based on this one weekend. Without it, there is no Christianity. Jesus Christ, Christianity. What really hurts the people who are atheists is the fact that they were never able to find Jesus's remains. Remains don't go anywhere. They last. We finding dinosaur bones, right? From support they saying millions of years ago, right? So why couldn't they find Jesus's bones? To this day, people have said they found the shroud or the covering that he was covered in. Some people say they found the linens he was buried in. Why can't they produce a body? The Romans had 4 soldiers sitting outside the tomb, and there was a heavy rock that blocked the tomb. So it took 2 or 3 men to move the rock. So how you got 4 soldiers standing outside and people was able to just come by and move that big rock out the way, and they just sitting right there looking. That had to be one heck of a distraction when your job is just to watch the opening of a tomb and all 4 people don't see somebody moan and groan to move that heavy rock out the way, then carry the body out and walk right by you, and you sitting right there. This is what the atheists have not been able to disprove. They have not been able to find. And don't think the Romans ain't tried. They could not find Jesus' remains. If they find Jesus' remains, there is no Christianity. Done data. And you know good and well, the devil ran them hard. Y'all better find that damn old body. Find something. Find a foot, a leg, a finger. Find me something. There's got to be something somewhere. But nope, they couldn't find it. Yeah. Yes, Liz, I got trolls already. The views are terrible, but it's because of how late I come on. But it'll pick up. But they have a community over there, and it's called the WIC, the Wrestling Internet Community. And it's basically just like the Dungeons and Dragons, and it ain't nothing but a bunch of dweebs. A bunch of dweebs that ain't never wrestled a match in real life other than beating up their little brothers and sisters. And when somebody come in, when I was young, I wanted to be a wrestler. I used to start my own federations. And I went out, I found out the hard way. It's staged. You can sit there and smack a pole. You can smack, chop a wall, and go smack, chop a person. And they go, ow. Like, you supposed to fall down. Well, why are you still standing? Why you didn't fall down? Because it's fake. I want y'all to understand something. I bought these light bulbs and wound up running out of money. But I bought these light bulbs. And the light bulb that goes up here, y'all notice I'm not as bright as I usually am. I had to put the light bulb way out the way because it's starting to flicker. And it's getting on my nerves. Now I know why they were so cheap. Now I know why they were only $10. I mean, we got 4 80-watt bulbs for $10. Now I know why. It's flickering like it gave me a headache today. It just kept flickering on and off. Like, man, it's irritating the heck out of me to the point that I had to just lift it up. I got it as high as it can go. It's supposed to be over the camera shining on me. I got it way up in the air. That's how bad it was getting on my nerves. Just that flickering. So I fiddle with it, and now it does it every once in a while. It still irks the heck out of me. But y'all will see it. It'll flicker. Irritating. So I put it up there on that one, and it won't work on that one. So I had to switch them back. I'm not going to take one of the three up there because that's our solid base. So I'm probably going to have to order another bulb, and I'm going to have to order the kind with the swirlies in it. You know what I'm talking about? The swirly kind of bulb. Because the regular round bulb, but these ain't round. They kind of look like the ornaments that you put on a Christmas tree. They look like that, but it's a white bulb. It's a, you know, it's the size for what I'm using, you know, but like I said, it keeps flickering and it just irritates. It irritates my eyes. It just irritates. I'm looking at myself and I'm seeing myself flicker. It's just annoying. But I got it up there, and like I said, it ain't flickering like I had it before. Like before, it was, you know what I'm saying? When you watch one of them old movies, one of them old detective movies, and they be walking around in the street, and you be seeing the street lights flicker on and off. Oh, that's annoying. It's annoying. But anyway, like I was saying, we would not have the Christianity faith if the Romans was able to find the body. We have the testimony of the 12 disciples, the testimony of Mary, and they say hundreds of other people who they just didn't take the time to write down the names, and you know, who is it? But I understand. So that's the basis for the good news. And we're going to get to that. I just wanted to just remind you of something. They were never able to find the body. And that's the reason why the Romans started killing off the new Christians. Because they couldn't find the body. And then St. Paul, his name was Saul. He was one of the most vigilant Christian killers. He personally led and took out thousands of the early Christian worshipers. And Jesus pulled up on them one day and made them blind and told them, "You're going to build up my religion." Because it'd be easy to just kill them. And if you look in the New Testament, Saul is about 60% of it. A man whose mission it was to crush anybody that even mentioned Jesus Christ. Anybody. So he was converted. And that shows us that we can change, no matter how set in our ways we are. And then eventually, one of the Roman leaders he had a dream and started becoming receptive to the Christian religion. So they had to figure out a way, because they had gods, Zeus and Apollos, and they had to figure out a way to get the people to forget about them and focus on Jesus. Then they had the pagans and the heathens who they took over their lands and they wanted the people to come to church. Just because you took over my land don't mean I got to go worship with you. I might have to do business with you. I might have to let you come in there and take what I got, but I ain't got to go to church with you. And so they started making the religion more appealing so that everybody could come and worship. And the church became the hot spot. They was able to get out all their messages. They was able to find out who was here, who was what. It was like a every week census, because everybody would show up to church. But the heathens went on Sunday, and the Christians went on Saturday. Well, if you're trying to get everybody to get into the Christian religion, they said, well, we'll take Saturday and make it Sunday. And then everybody will come. And then, we'll take their God and we'll make it Jesus' birthday. Now, supposedly, there's a God of fertility that the heathens worship. And that's where you get the Easter bunny from, supposedly. Now, I'm going to show you something later on, but keep that in mind. But whether it's true or not, it shows the perversion that these heathens had. And if we can get anything in them, God darn it, it's a blessing. Because some of the things that just make you go, ooh, ooh. Like I said, we'll take a look at that later on. Let's get to today's sermon. The crucifixion. See, I told you that ad was coming back. Get out of here. The crucifixion of Jesus is recorded in the New Testament books known as the Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. This Bible study is the central summary of the saving gospel of Jesus. Jesus had prophesied of his death in Matthew. From that time on, Jesus began to explain to his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things at the hands of the elders, the chief priests, and the teachers of the law, and that he must be killed, and on the third day be raised to life. Jesus understood that his life would be required as a sacrifice for the sins of man. At the height of his ministry and miracles, many Jews came to believe in Jesus as Messiah, the Son of God. Jewish leaders feared Jesus because of his growing followers. With the help of Judas Iscariot, Roman soldiers arrested Jesus, and he was put on trial for claiming to be the King of Jews. According to Roman law, the punishment for rebellion against the king was death by crucifixion. The Roman governor, Pontius Pilate, was reluctant when it came to the punishment for Jesus. Pilate could find no wrong in Jesus, yet he wanted to give the people what they wanted, and that was the death of Jesus. Pilate washed his hands in front of the crowd to symbolize that he was not taking responsibility for the bloodshed of Jesus, and then handed Jesus over to be beaten and lashed. Jesus had a crown of thorns thrust on his head and was made to carry his cross along the pathway to the hill where he would be crucified. The location of Jesus' crucifixion is known as Calvary, which is translated from a place of skull. It's also called Golgotha. No, that's the town he went through, Golgotha. Crowds had gathered to mourn and watch Jesus' death. Jesus was nailed to the cross between two criminals and his sides pierced by a sword. While Jesus was mocked, one of the criminals asked Jesus to remember him, and Jesus responded, "Truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise." Jesus then looked to heaven and asked God, "Forgive them, for they do not know what they do." When taking his last breath, Jesus spoke, Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. It is finished. Extraordinary events marked the death of Jesus. The sky was completely dark for 3 hours as Jesus hung on the cross. At the moment of his last breath, the earth shook, the temple curtain split from top to bottom, and the tombs of saints opened and their bodies raised from the dead. The crucifixion of Jesus was part of God's plan from the very beginning of the birth of Jesus. The sin of mankind will require a sacrifice. The sinless life of Jesus was lived and given so that man could receive salvation and eternal life in heaven. The scriptures below contain the full Bible story of the crucifixion. To learn more about the resurrection, visit our Bible study page. Whatever. All right. Before we move on into the story, that was a synopsis. I need y'all to understand. The people thought for hundreds of years, they believed that the Messiah was going to come and rescue them. They thought that they were going to go back to the land of milk and honey, that they were going to go back to Jerusalem and Judah, that they would have a new king, and this Messiah would be their king, and they was going to beat the Philistines, they was going to beat the Babylonians, they was going to beat up the Romans, the Jebusites, the Hittites, and every other kind of heathen that was around them. They really believed this. And this is what the preachers, the teachers, the priests taught them. Now, you would have to ask, well, they were teaching a lie, either purposely or they didn't know. When you read Zechariah and some of the other prophets, maybe because we know now, but they didn't know. Or they didn't care. They just wanted to tell the people what they wanted to hear so that they would keep giving them the respect, so they would keep coming to their churches, so they would keep putting money in the till. And you have to wonder, as you look, even today, do people preach because they had a call for it, or do they preach to get power, to get authority, or to get money? You know, I said I was going to watch. I typed in Easter sermons, and I was checking out some of the people, and it's amazing how they mix in a little bit of the truth with some lies. If the Bible says that the devil is the Lord of this world, if the devil can tell Jesus, if you bow to me, I'll give you all the kingdoms on earth, that must mean that God don't give a darn. Can I say it in a better way? So I stand confidently as I tell you, God don't care about your house. God don't care about your money. God don't care about your athletic prowess. God wants your mind, heart, and soul. That's what he wants from you. Now, to distract you from that, the devil uses possessions as a weapon, authority as a weapon, power as a weapon. And this is the real issue. He was able to convince these teachers that what you are reading is not true. Let me tell you what's true. So you got people dying, believing that a Messiah was going to come back. And maybe I'm dying right now, but I tell you, grandson, before you reach my age, the Messiah is going to come back and you're going to rule Jerusalem. That's what the people were being taught, and they didn't have Bibles. They couldn't read for themselves. They could only take the word of the teachers. This is why God made a bloodline. The sons of Aaron, they were the Levites. They were the priests. They were entrusted with the knowledge, and they were supposed to share it with the people. They were supposed to remind the people. And instead, the devil came into their hearts and told them, well, since you're not allowed to own land, get as much money as you can for yourself. Get as much as you can for yourself. Make the people want to give you. And they focusing on that and not focusing on the word. They'll preach enough to sound like they know what they're talking about. But they leave out bits and pieces so that you can make the right decision. That's why you have a man like Job, who followed the laws that he was taught to the T, but was never told that if you're not walking with God, them laws don't mean nothing. So you got people that's believing, they following Jesus around. They waiting. Jesus going to Jerusalem right before the Passover. Uh-oh, he get ready to kick the Roman butts. And he go there and knock over some money changer tables and storm out. Hey, where you going? You supposed to be kicking that butt. Where you going? Where you going? The people didn't understand. They thinking that Jesus came there to fight. They ready to go to war. God said, I'm not doing that no more. That don't work. It don't. From the beginning, the selfish desires of the flesh, from the beginning, go all the way back to Exodus. From the beginning, our selfish wants and desires have been in opposition to God. And if you are in opposition to God, you are in line with the devil. Even when he chose his own people, he's doing miracles for them. They still following their own. It don't matter. Had a flood and cleaned the whole planet out. After the people that he put in charge died, what happened? Their grandsons went and followed the devil. Even at Mount Sinai, where he was making the tablets, the people rebelled and did what they wanted to do. And Aaron let them do it. And yet, Aaron's sons became the priests. That showed you from the get-go it was doomed to failure. Because remember, Aaron was the mouthpiece of Moses. Moses said he didn't speak well, that he stuttered. So Aaron was supposed to be the mouthpiece. So Aaron became the Robin to Moses' Batman. You imagine Robin as a crime fighter by himself? Well, the priests were from Aaron's bloodline. Aaron, the first time he was left alone, let the people create calves and have sexual orgies and worship Baal and all kinds of other things. You know, Baal is one of the fake gods that God been against since the beginning. But instead of worshiping a God they couldn't see, they rather worship a pig in gold form, a leopard in gold form, a bird in gold form. They can't do nothing. But because they can't do nothing, that means you can do what you want to do. They can't stop. There ain't nothing but a daggone idol. They can't do nothing to you. And that's why human beings will always flock. When you set up rules, that's when people go out their way to break them. Look at the United States. Look at how many rules that we've broken or made people forget about or let them vanish from our memory. Little girls used to dream of getting married. Little girls used to walk around with baby dolls. They were going to be a great mother. Now little girls dream about being a scientist. Now they dream about being a lawyer. They dream about being a doctor. They dream about being the president. That wasn't what was intended. But we let the selfish desires man's desire to be with a woman has been his downfall since day one. It started with Adam and Eve, and it's never stopped. And it's sad to say that the number one target of the devil is the mind of the female. She doesn't possess the logic that a man has. All you gotta do is ask her what she thinks. And once you ask her what she thinks, the flood rivers open up. And that's the reason why they weren't put in charge. But they've been fighting that every day. They fight it. Women power. They fight it every day. They know the truth, but they fight it. Every day they fight it. Since the beginning of time. They have fought it. Eve knew she wasn't supposed to eat from that tree. But she took it because she wanted to see. You got hundreds of other stuff you could have ate and had enough to fill you with, but you had to go and get that one thing you were told not to touch. Why she didn't get the other one? If you was going to get the tree of knowledge, why you didn't get the tree of life? At least she still be alive today. But she couldn't logically think, well, I got this one. Might as well get that one too. She wasn't told about that one. So she had no desire for it. Do y'all understand what I'm saying to you? She wasn't told about how good that was. She was only told about how good the fruit was on the tree of knowledge. A man would have said, well, what about the other one? He said, we can't eat the other two. I can't get that one too. Then the devil would have had to say, well, you know, you really don't need that one. Then a man would have said, you fooey. If I can get one, why can't I get the other one? See, a woman don't think that way. They just focused on that one. I'm going to get that one. That's why he picked on a woman. And I'm not putting down women, but women have limitations, and so do men. Men desire to please and be with the woman allows them to lower their logical stance because they want to make the woman happy. That's man's limitation. Why is it that I can go out here and tell these young men, keep your thing in your pocket, find a good woman to marry, have all the sex you want, and the next day they'll be out there with the floozies? That's man's limitation. See, not just picking on the women, I'm telling the truth. In the workplace, women weren't supposed to work. But we're not given the same opportunities, and why is it that the bosses want to flirt with us, and we should be able to file discrimination lawsuits? You ain't supposed to be there. So why shouldn't your boss think, why is this woman working? Why she don't get a husband and be home raising her kids? She must want to fool around. Well, why is she here? She must not want a home life. She must be a freak. Why is that so hard to understand? I'm just asking. Why is that so hard to understand? When a woman says, I can do everything myself, I don't need a man, most honorable men leave her alone. But who says, hey, wait a minute, I get to hit it and I ain't got to be responsible for nothing? Oh, well, what kind of man is going to answer that call? And then you wonder why they wind up with 4 or 5 babies and nobody to help them. That's the kind of men you called out. That was you drew to you. And you know it. And you'll sit there, yeah, that's sorry, mother don't do nothing, but I'm doing everything. And I'm a strong, independent woman. And no, you're a strong, independent dummy. That's what you is. Because you did it the wrong way. You did it the way you wanted to do. You did it what you feel. Don't whine about the consequences. But you keep doing it. You keep doing it. And when I tell you you're doing it the wrong way, stop doing what you want to do and do what you're supposed to do. Do what you were created for. That's hooey. I feel I should do what I want. Long as men want what I got between my legs, somebody always gonna show up. And then I just ask you, do they stay? Why ain't you married? If your stuff is so good, why can't you get one man to stay with you? Not to just lay with you, but actually stay with you. And allow you to stay home and raise your kids. I don't need a man for that. I can go out and work. Your value is to instill knowledge into the children as they are growing up. You are the teachers. But the man has to be there to be the balance. They have to be there to be the balance. Because as you watch these young females fight with the cops. Why are you trying to handcuff me? Why are you trying to handcuff me? Why are you tasing me? Stop tasing me. Stop tasing me. And now you see the children they raised. What are the men saying? Why are you trying to cuff me? I didn't do nothing. I didn't shoot them people even though I got the gun right here. I didn't do it. What are you doing? They showing the same behavior that they learned from the mother. But there's no father that have logic to say, hey, you did do it. They're not raised with that. And now they raising our children. John Boy, I don't follow that sector anymore. I'm not gonna sit there and keep fooling with them people. All they do is fight each other and then battle with each other and fight each other. I ain't got time for that stuff, man. I'm trying to teach. But you interrupted what I just said with that. Get that devil out you. Get him out your mind. Ignore his frequency. Because that's what made you say that. We doing Saturday services here, and you came in with that. If that don't prove to you the devil's influence on this YouTube, on this world, why do we give a darn about Lady Lie? And what they do? Well, why do we care? We talking about what's wrong with society, how the religion is getting pushed out the way, how the moral values, how they getting shoved under the rug. But since you want to talk about the sector, let's go back and let's use it to make a point. Y'all remember True Freeman made a video saying that it's on the law books. It's illegal to have sex in Georgia. When I heard that, it sounded so retarded that I made a video and I called him out on it. And he never answered. That's how I know what I said was the truth. He said that it's illegal to have sex in Georgia. Now, for those of you that know your history, you know that Georgia, the colony of Georgia, them people were guinea pigs. They were a buffer. They were the bums you put on the front line to get the enemies to use their ammunition up before you send the real soldiers out. They gave people a deal. You can come over here for free. You can take any land you want in Georgia. Come on over. We'll pay your way over here. We just need you to settle right there. And y'all will say, well, why would they do that? Because Spain had Florida. And you had North Carolina, South Carolina, West Virginia, Maryland. Y'all understand what I'm saying? You had these colonies, and the Spaniards would seep up, and they would spring out on the South Carolinians and attack them. So they paid these bums, the losers, the drug addicts, the half-deeds, the prostitutes. They paid them, paid their way. And it was a lot of money back then. They paid their way to come over from England. And they paid for them to settle. They paid the way. So you're going to try and tell me that prostitutes and drug addicts and pimps and all these people, they're not going to have no sex. They're going to make a law they can't have sex. Make that make sense, somebody. Why would you even make a video saying that dumb thing? Try to make that make sense. The scourge of the earth ain't going to have sex. The scourge of the earth is not going to have sex. Explain. You can't explain it. You know what that meant? That there were values back then. They still kept the values back then. The values that we forgot about. It's not that you can't have sex in the state of Georgia. Anybody having sex out of marriage could be arrested or killed. That's what the law said. Outside of the holy state of marriage. If you wasn't married to somebody, you could not have sex. Just let that marinate for a minute. That makes sense, doesn't it? If you are. So even the heathens, the bums, the losers, the drug addicts, the prostitutes, the criminals, they even knew you were not supposed to have sex outside of marriage. They made it a law where you could be criminally punished for having sex outside of marriage. And this man gonna sit here and make this video and say, well, you know, you live in Georgia, you can't have sex. No. In some states, sodomy, anal sex, is you can be arrested for it. Why was that? Because they followed the rules that God laid out. But slowly over time, those rules have been thrown to the side. But as he pointed out, it's still on the book. So nobody had the courage to actually go change what the actual law said. They just stopped enforcing it. Somebody talk to me. They stopped enforcing it. It's there, but we ain't gonna pay it no mind. I got this man here saying that he gonna go have anal sex with his wife. Back then, bragging about that can have you in jail or killed. Now, yeah, okay, well, I'll try too. What with that? This is what happens when you take logic out of society. When you take common sense out of society. I say it again. Anybody that's dumb enough to believe that a woman that's rich is going to get in a canoe on a windy day with her 8-year-old son to go find a beach ball, was that ball made out of gold? You expect somebody to believe that? I believe they did something to that woman and that child, and they went on and threw him in the canoe and threw him out there in the river. That's what I believe. Because explain to me why a rich woman would drag her son out there in dangerous situations to get a ball. I never heard of nobody getting in a canoe to go look for a ball. I never heard that before in my life. That's a new one. I ain't never heard about nobody going out. Poor folk wouldn't even go out there in some raging water. And you can look at the video that I did and you see how bad that wind was kicking up. Would you get into the water when the wind is kicking like that? I wouldn't. You couldn't pay me. But you know what? It's believable that a woman would be that loony. And that's the problem. They're using that to convince you that this woman, on the spur of the moment, without thinking about the consequences, took her 8-year-old grandson and went out there to look for a ball. Wouldn't no man in his right mind go out there and do that? But it's believable, isn't it? You lost that ball. We're going to find it. Man be like, hey, I had to get you another one. You know, let's do some chores around the house and I'll get you another one. Why is somebody going to go out there in the ocean and try and find, you know how big the ocean is? You trying to find a ball in the ocean? But it would take somebody. John Boy, for the 80th time, we do not follow the roast sector. I have retired from the roast sector. I'm not impressed by it. I'm here to teach. And right now, we're talking about a serious topic. Would you like to offer some insight into our serious topic? Don't nobody care about no daggone Tammy Sotomayor. Don't nobody care about no daggone Lady Lie. Tommy Sotomayor. I said Tammy. Tommy Sotomayor. Don't nobody care about that stuff, man. They doing that same old, same old. I guarantee you. I actually got a one of my channels is still sub to somebody over there, and they talking about the paint from last year again. Man, the same old, same old. If y'all want to deal with that, I don't know how talking about the paint is going to help you out right now. What we got going on here. Don't know how that's going to help you. But I mean, if that keeps you occupied and keep you distracted, then go ahead. That's what the devil wants you to be. Distracted. That's why we still picking up new cases. This thing been out for a month now. Everybody know what they need to do not to get it, not to transmit it, and yet we still getting 27,000 new cases every day. But nobody want to talk about it. You know what's going on. We not a third world country. Yet we still picking up new cases. People in New York City, they still picking up thousands and thousands of new cases every day. They seeing the people die. Yesterday it was what, 700? Day before, 699 people dying in your state around you. They got the bodies in the truck and they still going outside and they still trying to have parties and they still trying to pick up sexual. Then go ahead. I don't have to go follow you. I got the sense not to. I'm going to use my logic. No, the sermon not over. We just got sidetracked. But I was just showing how from the beginning of time, This is the battle. This is the battle. I want you ladies to be aware. The devil is trying to use you. Resist him. Know your role and stop trying to be the superwoman. Just be the great woman that God made you to be. Stop trying to do, I can do everything a man can do. Then you should have been made a man. But you weren't. So take what you was given and make it work. Stop trying to take somebody else's role. Stop trying to prove. Prove you can be a good mother. Prove you can be a good wife. Prove that you could get behind a man and launch him to great heights. That's what a woman's supposed to do. She is the helper. She's not the head. And if she is the head, she did something wrong. So stop it. And let's get back to the sermon. Like I said. Somebody says that they missed the old Brother Derrick. Why can't you? No, you miss Brodero. Why can't you appreciate Brother Derrick? Instead of trying to bring up other topics, why can't you join the conversation? Right now, we are celebrating Easter. And Easter ain't got nothing to do with no Mary Sue Easter eggs. It ain't got nothing to do with no bunny rabbits. It's about Jesus Christ dying for us. And why he had to do it. And about him proving it by resurrecting himself. Why did he have to do it? Because we can't do it on our own. It takes a perfect man to take the place of a perfect man. Jesus is the new Adam. God made Adam perfect. But he still succumbed to his own desires. He sinned. And now every child that's of his seed has that same sinful nature. And God tried to take the seed of Abraham and tried to make them into his holy nation. Didn't work. He came up with a new plan. A plan that no one saw coming, not even the devil. The devil helped the plan go through. Without the devil, why would they have crucified Jesus Christ? He didn't do anything. He said he was the Son of God. Yet, hundreds of years later, the Pope said he was God. Well, why he didn't get crucified? Because the devil made him think that. That's why. And didn't lead nobody to come get him. But he sure had these priests and teachers of the law come get Jesus. He made them jealous of the miracles that he could do. And he thought that he had a victory when he got him crucified. He didn't realize. Because I believe even the devil thought that Jesus was going to come and he was going to take over the Romans. Imagine his surprise when it was the plan all along for Jesus to be crucified, to die for our sins, to defeat death. Because sin leads to death. Sin alienates you from God. And the punishment for that is death. And we ain't talking about death on earth. We talking about a spiritual death. Because when you do close your eyes, your body might rot, but your spirit does not. Imagine the people who were standing out there making fun of Jesus dying on the cross. Get down now. You're the Son of God. Come on. Get down. Kill these Romans. Come on. You gonna let them do that to you? Where are those people at now? They rotting in baby hell. All these thousands of years. They rotting in hell. They actually burning. They on a slow burn of pain. In darkness, tormented. Thousands of years. They not asleep. They not peaceful. They in agony. And it's been that way for the past 2,021 years. What about the soldiers that nailed Jesus to the cross? They right there with him. What about Pontius Pilate, who didn't want to arrest Jesus? Didn't want to crucify him. Where is he at? Right there in hell with him. Think about all the fake preachers that you've seen in the news. Where do you think they're going? You think they're going to heaven? They're going to hell. Now it says we have surpassed everyone in deaths. And yet you still got the president and his doctors talking about, oh, waiting on the curve. People are dying. Every bit of money should be going into research to get a cure. Well, we've got defibrillators going around and we're getting hospital beds and all that. So you getting things for people to die in. Every scientist should be working on a cure for this right now. Every scientist, every person, every lab in the world should be in unison working together to get a cure. But we arguing over how many hospital beds and how many defibrillators and how many masks that we have. We're trying to manage the disease. If all the women start going bald, and some of them were committing suicide because they were bald-headed and couldn't grow no hair, and didn't nobody want them, and they were so self-conscious, they were killing themselves. Do we hire barbers, or do we hire people to make that scalp at least smooth so you don't see no bumps and no blemishes and maybe men will find them sexy? Or do we get the best dermatologists in the world and find out what is eating the women's hair off of their head? But don't tell me, well, we get some wigs. I got them. We're bringing in the wigs from China and from Malaysia. We even got the Brazilians into it. We're going to get you the best wigs in the world. They don't want no wig. They want their hair back. What virus is eating their scalp up they can't grow no hair? Let's focus on that. But, we can get you a wig, You know, we'll make sure all the women have wigs. Wait a minute. People in New York, they need the most wigs. We're going to get them the most wigs. We send all the wig manufacturers to New York to make them the wigs. No, find me a cure. I don't want no daggone wig. You write the driver more money off the treatment. It will be cheaper to lock the country down. It will be cheaper to lock the country down and close the borders and let the people that have it that's going to die, let them keep the bucket. Because now, if they'd have done that at the beginning, we would have only had 1,000 deaths. And now, we probably going on 20,000 deaths. And they keep extending it on and on. We got so many defibrillators now that we can send them. Spain wants them. Chinese want them. Italy wants them. Spend that money on a cure. If you won't give the cure, the next best thing is to lock down the country. Lock it down. Till we got no cases, then open it back up. If it take 15 days, 17 days, 25 days, if it take a whole month, give everybody enough money so that we got food and lock the country down. Why is that so hard? And then just watch. But the people that's going to die, they're going to die. And the people that recover, they're going to recover. And then we not going to have no cases. We'll have 0. And then we can start fresh and wait for the other countries to catch up. Because I got news for you. We got a disease now. It ain't going nowhere. The mumps still keep popping up. Chicken pox still keep popping up. The measles still keep popping up. It's called COV today. Tomorrow it's going to be COV 25. Then it's going to be COV 29. Because the places where these diseases are coming from, they not doing right. And they're going to keep creating the same environments. And the disease is going to mutate. It's going to get used to whatever cure you come up with. It's going to keep mutating. When people had the cold and they first came out with the antibiotics, what happened? They started mutating. You had to make stronger and stronger and stronger biotics. Because the people didn't change the lifestyle. They didn't change what they did. And so the disease figured out a way. There are people that are carrying diseases right now that don't even know about them because they dormant. But when they figure out how to mutate, oh yeah, they coming right back. I'm not no daggone scientist, but how come I can sit here and make such good common sense? Won't nobody come in here and challenge me because they know I'll chop them up. Why are we going to sit here and keep making accommodations for an enemy? Why would you want to invite an enemy into your home? Come on in, COV. We got plenty of beds for you. Come on in, COV. We got plenty of ventilators for you. Come on in. We need to open up the doors and let the country, let them bring more of it in. Because I don't believe it's the same strain in every country. In some countries, the strain is killing more per capita. We might have more cases, but our death rate is not the same as it is in Italy. It ain't the same as it is in China. The death rate ain't the same. Even in this country, the death rate for every state ain't the same. I guarantee you the percentages of those that's dead and those that have recovered are not the same. So this disease keeps mutating. The only way to get rid of it is to let everybody that's dying die. And to make sure that when we have no cases, that we don't stop there and forget about it. We got to figure out the people that had it. They keep talking about the antibodies. Well, I'm not no brain surgeon, but if you had it, chances are it's still in your system. And if it's in your system, eventually it's going to figure out how to mutate again. And then guess what? We'll have another pandemic. How do we get these diseases to get out of our system? If these animals have these diseases in the beginning, how do we get them to stop carrying the diseases? Don't just treat it when they mutate to a human being. What about coming up with treatment for some of these animals that we eat? How do we stop the diseases? What do we do about these bats? They say the bats have their own, they got their own quote corona disease. Why don't we figure out how to cure the bats so that the bats don't keep infecting the animals and the fleas and the pigs and everything so they come back to us? How do we stop that? Why am I thinking of this? I'm not in that field, but we can spend money on other stuff. Why can't we go over to China and see what the heck going over there in China that they keep coming up with all these diseases? What are they doing? Why can't we send scientists over there and not to Beijing, but to the outer areas? What are they doing out there that they keep letting these diseases come to human beings? What are they doing? How do we stop that? See, you can talk to me. The MERS came from the camels. What the heck what are they doing over there with the camels? They having sex with them? How are they getting diseases in the Middle East? Why are we not touching this stuff? What are they doing to get these diseases? How do we stop it from the get-go? Don't talk about it now that it's killing people. Talk about it beforehand. These same strains keep coming back. MERS ain't nothing but a different strain. SARS ain't nothing but a different strain. Spanish flu was nothing but a different strain. How come these viruses don't go away, and how come they keep mutating? Even the common flu, 50 years ago, you had a little antibiotic. Now you got to have 500 milligrams, now you need 1,000 milligrams. Because they keep mutating. Why aren't we studying why it's mutating? How can we stop the strains from mutating? Not just stop the current strain we in, but how can we prevent it? How can we learn how to build people's immune systems, especially the elderly and the sick? Why aren't we spending money doing that? Because we don't want to do it. Because we want them to stay elderly and sick so we can make money off the prescriptions. Lord knows, I got 15 prescriptions over there. You gonna tell me that nobody can come up with one pill to take care of all of that? Why I need so many different pills? Nobody can put everything in one. You need a pill for this. You need a pill for that. Well, how can we strengthen so I don't need the pill? Why nobody not focusing on that? If somebody got a weak liver, why can't we focus on what can make the liver strong so that we don't need to get pills? If you got heart disease, why can't we get a pill that fights the cholesterol in the body so that it don't clog up and give people the heart attacks? If you got a lung disease, why do we have stuff that make, when you have the attacks, we give you stuff to make the attacks manageable? I don't want to manage it. I want to kill it. Why are we trying to manage the CV right now? We want to manage it. Make sure we got plenty of ventilators for when you get to that point where you need one. Make sure we got hospital beds so that when you get to that point that you need one, that's not handling it. That's coping. I don't want to cope with it. It's like having herpes. They ain't figured out a cure for herpes, but they want you to live with it. You take this, you take that, and when you have lesions, you can't have sex. If you don't have lesions, you're not contagious. Now you can have sex. When you have lesions, you can't have sex. How do we get rid of the lesions? What can we do to make sure that nobody will ever transmit it? How do we get them from being not contagious? Don't tell them to manage it. You will manage the disease. We manage diseases. And we manage them because the pharmaceuticals make so much money off managing. Well, we allow you to be more comfortable and you stay alive longer. And we'll just manage it. I don't want to manage things that hurt me. I want to stop them. Focus on how to stop it. Not managing. Well, if we come up with one pill, then we're not going to make no money. If we cure this disease, we're not going to make no money. Somebody got to take 8 or 9 pills when they can put them all in one and sell one pill. But no, you got to take 15 different prescriptions. Well, now this pill fighting with that pill, so we're going to have to take this pill out and we'll give you that pill instead. It costs more money, but there you go. And that's what they do. I would love for somebody that's a scientist to come in here and tell me I'm wrong. Come in here and shut me up. Come explain. Liz says should be both. It'll take some time to figure out if the cure works or not. I don't think they're looking for a cure, Liz. I think they're looking for something that'll stop you from dying. I don't think they want a cure because there's money to be made. You don't make money making a pill to just stop it. You make money to make a pill to let you live. Because see, the fear is in dying. When they can come up with a cure to stop you from dying, that's what they want. You know how many people die of the flu every year? A whole lot. The flu been around since the beginning of time. Why haven't they given us a cure for the flu? They don't give you a cure for the flu. They give you something to keep you from dying from the flu. Why do we still have the chicken pox? What did they tell you? Put some calamine lotion on, or buy this, buy that, and don't scratch. That's not a cure. That's managing. This will make you more comfortable. And you wait for it to do its process, and then it goes away, right? Or it go dormant is a better word for it. The immune system finally kicks in and it goes dormant. And you feel better. And you think you cured. And then you turn around and your child come home with the chicken pox. Like what? And you got to do it all over again with the child. Get the calamine lotion. Get all these other things. Still there? When you go into the pharmacy, how many cold medicines do you see? Aisles and aisles and aisles of cold medicine. Though none of them medicines make you well. They just make you feel better. This will bring down your temperature. But why would you want to bring the temperature down? The body makes the temperature go up to make it uncomfortable for the bacteria or the virus, to make it uncomfortable. So why the heck would you want to take something to lower it? To make it makes you feel better because now your temperature's not high, but the body does that so that it makes the virus uncomfortable. But you want to pay money to make the virus comfortable. If you want to manage the spread, then shut everything down. Give everybody, and I don't care if they immigrants, I don't care if they owe child support, I don't care if they got $1 million. Everybody should get enough money that they could shut down and stay in a house for 20 days. Stay on your property for 20 days. Shut the borders down. Let everybody get what they need. Then we don't need nothing. Shut the borders down. No cargo. Nothing coming in and out. No airplanes. Just shut it down. Let everybody that got it. They're going to either recover or they won't. At the end of them 20 days, there should be no cases in the whole country. There should be no cases. That's how you stop it. That's the hard way, but that's the 100% way. Because even if they do find a cure, I say it again, the flu ain't going nowhere. Somebody, somewhere in the world, somewhere in this country, somebody got the measles right now. Somebody got the chicken pox right now. There's still polio around. We need to isolate. And the people that have it, let it take its course. And even then, it'll still pop up every once in a while. Because somebody will still be carrying it, even though they come out tested fine. Somebody's still going to be contagious. That's why we need at least 20 days. To be honest with you, I prefer 30, but I'll take 20. Now, if we can't be still for 20 days to let this pass, I don't know what to say. Because the truth of the matter, as long as people are allowed to move around freely, it ain't going nowhere. Somebody somewhere is always going to say, well, I feel I should be able to go outside. I don't care. I'm going to the mall. There ain't nobody there. I'm still going. And all they got to do is be 5 people saying the same thing. I feel I should be able to come in too. We can't even go in. I don't care if we're going to sit here and protest. One of them going to have it. And when they leave, 4 to 5 going to have it. And they'll go right home and infect the people in their house. Let's get back to the sermon. I ain't got on my soapbox again, but I told the truth. So, as I said, the devil thought he could use the Romans and could use teachers of the law, the preachers, the priests, and the people who were told by the priests and led to believe that Jesus is not the Messiah. Because the Messiah is supposed to come and rescue them from the Romans. So they were able to convince the people to put pressure on the Romans to kill Jesus. One of the elders said, this man has defamed the emperor by saying that he was the Son of God. Isn't Caesar God? He has spoken against your leader. You must kill him. So even though Pilate knew that they were desperate to get rid of Jesus because of the miracles he was done, and the people was following and listening to him, and they wasn't listening to their sermons and wasn't putting money to them, he said, hey, they got the will of the people on their side. And he did what he knew he was wrong. That's why he said he washed his hands of it. He knew the man didn't do nothing wrong. But he let the people put the pressure on him. And this is what the devil does. Have people put pressure on you. The same way somebody can interrupt the sermon and start talking about stuff from the roast sector, trying to put pressure. That's the reason why you ain't got no people watching it now. Why nobody donating? Because you're not doing that. Trying to put the pressure on. We got to resist that pressure. We're better than that. We are better than that. And we got to stand firm. We can't fold. That's how the devil wins. So when people say that the devil's smart, he is, but he's still stupid. Because he got the teachers and the priests to get it wrong. He thought that when Jesus got crucified, that was the end and that he would reign on. That's what the devil thought. I'm going to use all these people. I'm in their minds. I'm in their hearts. I'm going to get them to do what I want them to do. I'm going to get them to take out the Messiah. And he thought that Jesus was going to die and that'd be the end of it. And things go back to normal. What he didn't know was Jesus dying on that cross. It is so important. Because on that cross, he took on all of our sins. Past, present, and future. Do you know the amount of pain he must have been in? He took on everything. It had to be a special human being. Because if you tried that with a regular human being, they probably would have burst into a million pieces. He took on every sinful desire. If you look at somebody right now and say, man, that woman sure looks sexy. Look at what them curves is. And you sinning. Every time a woman say, look at that man. Look at them dreads and look at that swag. You sinning. You look at somebody and you say, look at them with that nice car. Man, I wish I had that nice car. It's a sin. They baby sins. Imagine if you had to absorb every time somebody did that, you had to take it into your body. Every serial killer, every mass murderer, every pedophile, every time somebody cheated on the wife or husband, he took all that in. Even if you had an evil thought about somebody, that probably goes on 1 billion times a day. He absorbed it. Past, his present day, and the future. He absorbed all those sins. And if you come to him, and not just come there because I just want you to get rid of my sins, but if you really come there, come to him and let him into you, he can wash away your sins. But you got to want it. And that's what the difference is. That's what the devil couldn't figure out. What's his angle? He hasn't got no people with no sticks and spears, and he ain't trying to. Why is he going around talking about after death? What? We'll just get rid of him. No, but the devil did. He couldn't figure out what the heck Jesus was doing. Neither could Judas Iscariot. Judas was a rebel. Judas was a fighter. Judas was ready to get it. One of the men that was up there, and correct me if I'm wrong, that was crucified with Jesus. There were 3 men there. Jesus was in the middle. One of them men was up there for starting a rebellion. And he was putting Jesus down. He supposed to be the Messiah. He supposed to help us fight. And the other guy told him, hey, this man ain't doing nothing wrong. What you get him in for? We did what we did. We deserve to be here. This man didn't do nothing. That's why Jesus told him, you will come to paradise with me. Why did he do that? Because the man asked him. And that's all he asking you to do. Come to him. If you don't hear nothing I said all day, listen to what I just said. The man showed Jesus his faith, and Jesus said, I will take you with me. He took a criminal hanging on the cross. Why wouldn't he take you? No matter what you've done in your life, you can come to him and let him into your life. The testimony's already there. You got 2 different types of criminals hanging up there with Jesus. One of them still full of the devil. Look at you, yeah, sissy. Why don't you get down? You supposed to be the Messiah. Come on, let's get us all down here and let's go get these Romans. Come on. We ain't in here, huh? The other person that might have done something like steal some fruit or something because he was hungry or something. They never said what he did. But he had the sense to say, hey, this ain't no average man here. He shouldn't be here. Why are you picking on him? You and I deserve to be here. Forgive me for what I've done, sir. He impressed Jesus with his faith. He's hanging up there dying just like he is. The other guy's all blaming everybody else, and when he took responsibility for his crime, and he acknowledged Jesus' position, and he asked him, and Jesus said, I'm taking you with me to paradise. I'm taking you with me. So we know he's good. He's chilling right now. All these thousands of years, he's chilling. What the other guy doing? Burning. Imagine the agony that Jesus must have been in. He didn't do anything to anybody, but yet he's taken the punishment for all our sins into his body. And he still made an offer to take somebody to paradise with him. There's no way that Jesus was an ordinary man. Because an ordinary man would be selfish and would be trying to figure out how he can get down. Instead, he's up there actually telling people, I'll take you with me. Forgive them, Father, for they don't know what they do. He should be saying, get me down, man. That's what a man would be doing. He's still concerned about us, even though it's us that got him up there. That's not human tendencies, is it? He cared more about the people that was killing him. He cared more about the people that was flogging him. He cared more about the people that nailed nails into his hands than he did about himself. What human being would do that? I know we're supposed to be preaching today, but we're going beyond that. Because you can get preaching from anywhere. I'm trying to break it down so that you understand. Religion is not conformity. Meaning that you want to fit in and you want to conform and you want to be around and you want to be accepted. To who? You want to be accepted by your fellow man? Or do you want to be accepted by the Creator that made you? Who are you worried about being accepted by? Are you worried about being accepted by your neighbors? Are you worried about being accepted by other people on social media? Are you worried about being accepted by your mayor? You worried about being accepted by the president? Or do you want the person that created you to accept you? This is the question. We don't need no law books and no degrees. This is a simple question of pure logic. When it says you got to be reborn again, you got to let go of everything that you know. You got to just forget it. Everything you've been taught, you got to forget it. You can't live in two worlds. That's why I had to leave the beefing alone. I can't verbally destroy somebody and then verbally try to inspire somebody in the same moment. You can't do it. You got to serve one or the other. You're going to serve the devil or you're going to serve God. You can't get in the middle. There's no middle ground. It's a war. It's a war for your spirit. Will you join God's family or will you join the devil's family? It's easier. It's more lucrative. It's more popular to join the devils. But it's a reason for it. You pay a price that you can't buy your way out of. To live down here good for 80 years and to spend thousands of years suffering. That's not a good trade-off to me. Maybe it's a good trade-off to y'all. It ain't a good trade-off to me. I don't get it. I just looked down here at this thermometer, and it's got to be wrong. Yesterday, it was 48 degrees when we had to go out. Windy as I don't know what. Hurricane conditions. Now, it's Saturday, and I ain't going nowhere. I ain't even going to check the mailbox because it's the Sabbath. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. But check it. 68 degrees outside and the sun's going down. So how hot was it today? Because the sun's going down. But yesterday it was 48 degrees and windy hurricane conditions. I understand. You want to know why? I'll just take my case. Because the devil wanted me to go out today on the Sabbath and break the Sabbath law. But we didn't. And the only reason I got that package, because it wouldn't have fit in the mailbox if I hadn't went out. And I was mad at myself because I've been planning to leave the house at 5:30. I didn't leave the house until what was it, 12 something? And I was mad at myself. Like, I don't, boy, you gonna mess your show up tonight. But I knew we couldn't go today. And so I went. And we were back home. We didn't have to worry. The battery, we had plenty of battery left on a scooter. And then on top of that, I pull into my block and the mail truck sitting right there. Now, I had checked the mailbox. It wasn't nothing in there. Now, I could have just went on in the house and then I would have missed the lady. Wouldn't I? But I said, you know what? Let's look for her. We're going to sit here. And before I could even look for her, she had already came up. Hey, you better been out here. You got this big old box. Make me have to walk around there. I wasn't going to knock on that door. So, what seemed like a hard and treacherous way, it worked out perfect because I wouldn't have. And the girl wasn't home. So she couldn't have got the package. But they made sure I was right there. So even though it seemed, y'all saw me on the way up there, it was cold. It was windy. I mean, wind was blowing. I mean, it was blowing. But the 4 days before that, we had perfect weather. And I mean perfect weather. I was talking to nobody about kids, and she said that they had snow, and it was cold, and I'm looking at her like, shoot, it's perfect up here. It was perfect because I couldn't do anything. The money ain't came yet. But then the money for the food came, and then all of a sudden it's cold and it's windy. And I mean, you could hear the wind just beating against the air conditioner. I had the window open. It blew the daggone curtain right off the witchcom. I said, man, I got to go out there and that. And I was stalling and I was taking my time. And I was mad at myself because my body wouldn't let me do it. But guess what? It did it perfectly. I did everything perfect. Because I knew when the time was right, my body was going to get it together. And I purposely wore those red pants because I like the way they look. But I also wore them because I knew they were the thinnest. And I said, we're going to go out there. And even though we know it's going to be windy, it might even start raining. We're going to go out there and we're going to style and profile. I'm actually going to match the scooter. We ran red today. And it was just as cold. You can watch the video. I tell you, my legs was cold as I don't know what. But you know what? After I was out there for about 5 minutes, I ain't even noticed the wind. Liz said Lowe's is finally there. See that, Liz? You ready to give up on him. Got to have that faith. Now, the bad thing is, I didn't show the faith because everything was showing me that I had no reason to have faith. I wasted money I could have spent something else on something I didn't need because it was there when I got home. Even though the company to this day still says that it's still processing on the website. Why does it still say processed on the website? Today is what's the day, the 12th? 11th or the 12th? What's the day? What's the day? The 11th? I ordered that on the 3rd and it still says processing. I ordered that tablet and then canceled it. And then paid for it. It's already on the way. But yet in 7 days, no, 8 days now, it still says processing. Me seeing that made me think it wasn't coming. But in the back of my mind, I still had faith. But if I would have had total faith, I wouldn't have bought anything if I had total faith. So my faith got a little crumbled by that. I had people telling me, you need to call them. They don't have a phone number. But I went to their contacts. I had them up on Facebook, chatted with them on there and laid them out. I sent them 3 emails. They answered all 3 emails. But a computer answered them. Doesn't help you. But the thing is, when 5 o'clock came, I was like, I need to go, but I went on to cook something. Then I cooked something again. And I'm like, you should be going. Cook something again. Still sitting. Then I went to sleep. Then I got up. I said, man, it's daggone 11 o'clock. You still sitting here in the house. I was like, man. But you know what? When the time came, I got up and did what I had to do. Men are impatient. Not just men, but mankind. We are impatient. We want everything right now. Sometimes you gotta be patient. It's discouraging when you put your effort out sometimes and you don't get a quick return. It's discouraging. And it makes you not want to do it. But if you're doing something you ain't supposed to be doing, the payoff is fast. It's really fast. And that's what leads people to do evil things. You know, I can go out there and work and save my money, you know, or I can go strong on people. And I can have it today. But then a week later, a month later, I might say I'm a strong arm somebody again. And guess what? That person might have a gun and might blow your head off. Or people walking around with cameras, somebody might have you on film. And one day when you sitting there living it up, there's a knock at the door. And it's the man coming to lock you up. There's always a consequence. You get that fast payoff. There's always a consequence. Liz said, Lowe's family here. Naya says, awesome, Liz. Naya said, it should have came with dinner. Naya says, 11. Then Liz said, yes, Naya, I should ask them if my dinner is on that truck. She said, la la. Yeah, 11 o'clock, I was still in the house. I was waiting for 5 o'clock to come. I had done the wrestling. Six o'clock came. 7 o'clock came. 8 o'clock came. I was like, man, you still stay in the house? And then I dozed off and I got up and it was 11. Then 12 hit and I got in gear. All of a sudden, something went off my head. So let's go. And we went on and got everything, took everything down the steps. No mistakes this time. Didn't break the panel that we glued on again. Took it down, set it up. And I wasn't gonna bring the little camera. But I said, with the hat, went on and brought it. I even changed the resolution. It was on, I got it right here. I changed the resolution because we had it at I think it was below standard definition, what we were using. I know on this camera we're using it's 12 something by 7 something on this one. But this one is lower than that. So we actually did it 2560 by 1280. Before we had it on, we were using 1280 by 640. So we took it up to actually 2K, 2560 by 1280. Anything over 2000 is 2K. But they say 2560 by 1440. Okay. 2560 by 1280. That's still well above 2K. And the 4K is 4000 by 2048. 4096, excuse me. I didn't know if the phone was going to be able to handle it. But you can see the bit rate. You see 3000, 7000. You see 1100 and you see 19,000. Now you need 24,000 to really do 4K. Now, as I told you, on the hotspot and on the USB, we limited to 5,000. There is no 5,000. There's a 3,000, a 7,000, 11,000, and a 19. And you see, I put it on 19. Right? Now, I got it on adaptive bit rate. So hopefully it's going to adapt the bit rate to what it needs. So I wasn't expecting the video to look good. I didn't even watch it. Did it look good? I wasn't expecting it to look good. Because how could it? It requires more bit rate than we can get. But once again, I show faith because I know that in order for us to do 2K on this computer, we need 43.500 bit rate. And the company says your limit is 5,000. So we need 4,300. The limit is 5,000. So how can we run animations and how can we, show video clips and websites? That requires data. If most of the data is going to the OBS to run the show, where's the data for us to show our stuff? If y'all send y'all links in, how are we gonna, what I'm saying? How are we gonna show your links? Where's the data gonna come from? So that's why we had to go in the middle. I like to be streaming in 2K, but we are in 1920 by 1080. 1920 is only 80. It's only 80 from 2000. You add 80 to 1920, you got 2000. So, But they want to say it's 2560 by 1440. So we not doing double with 720 is, but we doing 3/3 of it. Okay, I can live with that. So we in full HD. I'll live with it. But when I get the stimulus, I am going to get the cable back on. I might not buy another computer, but I will get the cable back on. But if that place still available, I'm getting that place. The one I showed you that had the Wi-Fi built in, and if that place is still there, I'm getting that. Because I'd rather just get them 500 and be done with it. I won't have to spend 100 and something on the BG&E. So that would be good. I'd rather just pay $5 and be done. Or that place with the nice kitchen, boy. That kitchen, boy. I'd be doing me a cooking show. That kitchen was bad. And I walk right outside and get knocked in the back of my head. Naya said, he forgot the date. And Liz said this month was flying by. Naya said, yes, Liz. Liz says the year will be gone shortly. Naya said 2020 won't be missed easily. Liz said, BD, I'm not that kind of tech savvy. Liz said, I know the basics. Well, I told y'all 2019 was starting off bad. Y'all thought I was joking. I told y'all it was a bad year. Go back and look at the videos in January. I'm telling you. The only good thing that we had was we was working toward getting the AdSense. Yeah. The AdSense is a letdown. But we got to get more people. It'll come. It'll come. Like I said, I was over there on the TR show today, and he had 39 people there. I said, man, you got 39 people here. I was like, wow. And he said, that's because I'm talking about religion. Well, when I'm talking about something else, I usually have 140 here. I said, yeah. I used to deal with that drama stuff too. He said, oh, yeah. But then I told him, I said, the calling was to teach, not to destroy. And 3 people in that chat said, yes, sir. And I guarantee you, ain't every one of them come over here. I bet you that. People always, I bet you that everyone came into the chat. People always talk. They always talk and try to say the right thing or try to say what you want to hear. But you got to watch the action. Do they come? You got to watch the action. Do they come? I had a dream. I had a dream last night. I'm saying last night. It was really this morning because I didn't go to sleep, I think, until like 7 or 8. So I'm glad I got up. But I had a dream, and somebody in the dream said, why are you playing those people links? They could watch it on their own. And I answered that person and I said, why do you watch somebody that's sitting in front of you and all you can see is the background of their room? Why do you just sit there and watch that? And they didn't answer. And then I answered, just as nonchalantly. The people want you to see what they've seen, and they want to see your reaction live. So why wouldn't they want to bring their links? Because it's something that interests them, and they want to know your opinion on it, and they want to talk to you at the same time. Not say, well, go watch that and then come back and hit me up on the Hangouts and tell me what you thought about it. You might watch it and you might forget the good points. You be like, man, I gotta watch this again. Hold on, I didn't see that part. When somebody come right there and say, hey, check this out. Look at that right there. This is what I was talking about. That's what makes it special. And the person didn't come back into the chat. I gave them the answer they were looking for. I gave more than what they were looking for. They didn't have no answer. And that's when I realized that's how you beat people. You don't beat people by trying to adhere to what they want. You beat people by standing your ground and holding on to your morals. The people that understand that, they're the ones that's going to stay. The ones that don't understand that, they're going to run. The driver says, I don't think there's no way to stop this virus. People is not going to listen. Driver, you might have a point. And I haven't looked because I didn't want to bring down. This is supposed to be Easter celebration. I didn't want to bring down. But let's take a look real quick. Let's just see before they reset. Only to make sure they don't reset. Well, now there's your 500,000. I told you was gonna hit it today. 500,032. 736. Ooh, child. The deaths, 20,580. Out of that 532,000, 30,000 have recovered. So let's go ahead and look. So we on the curve, right? New York City, 181,144 deaths. They picked up 8,786 cases today. They have 8,627 total deaths. 783 people in the state of New York died today. 783 people in the state of New York died today. along with the 700 and something yesterday, along with the 700, and then the day before it was 699, wasn't it? Mm. Mm. State of New Jersey, 58,151 cases. They picked up 3,563 cases. Total deaths, 2,183. 251 people died today in the state of New Jersey. But we want to just coddle and get along with the disease. We don't want to get rid of it. We just want to coddle it. Go ahead and send some more respirators to New York so they can deal with it. Michigan, 23,993. They picked up 1,210 cases. 1,392 total deaths. 111 people died in the state of Michigan today alone. Massachusetts, 22,860 cases. They picked up 1,886 new cases today. Total deaths, 686. 87 people died in the state today. California, 22,173. Trump was praising California yesterday, wasn't he? Well, they picked up 1,100 cases today. 630 total deaths, 46 people died today. Pennsylvania, 21,804. Our tablet coming from Pennsylvania. They picked up 1,464 new cases. 501 people have died, 55 of them today. So that means that when it gets here, I'm going to have to take a paper towel, soak it in the antibacterial detergent, and I'm going to have to risk damaging it, but I'm going to have to scrub it. Then dry it off with another paper towel, and then sit it on a paper towel in the bathroom and let it just sit there and dry before I can even touch it. Before I can even touch it. I got to do all that before I can even touch it. Do y'all know how sad that is? Seriously. I'm going to have to rinse the box out. Break it into pieces. Put it in a plastic bag. And set it to the side. And then wash my hands thoroughly. Then I got to wait 2 hours for the tablet to dry before I can even plug it up. I got to wash the cord too. I'm going to have to wait 2 or 3 hours to let it dry and hope that I ain't damage it. But I'm not getting no daggone COV. So let's get to the states that we care about. Well, let's go ahead and check out Illinois. 19,180 cases. 1,293 deaths. 677 deaths. 81 people died in Illinois today. Well, where's my state at? Well, let's check out Indiana. 7,435. 528 new cases, 330 deaths, 30 people died today. My state, Maryland, 7,694 cases. We picked up 726 cases. 206 people died in my state, 35 of them today. So 35 people just today died in my state of this COV. But this is a joke. It's going to go away. We waiting on the curve. Let's go to Virginia. 5,077 cases. 568 new cases today. 130 people died. 9 died today in Virginia. North Carolina, 4,355 cases. 267 new cases today. 87 total deaths. 3 people died today. Where's the driver state at? South Carolina, 3,207 cases. They picked up 142 new cases, 80 total deaths. 8 people died today in South Carolina. Rhode Island, where they said they was going to stop all people that got New Jersey, and they was going to stop everybody that got New York place to try and come on their island. Remember that, y'all? That was 2 weeks ago. They got 2,349 cases. They picked up 334 new cases today, 56 deaths, 7 people died on Rhode Island today. District of Columbia was doing real good. Well, guess what? Check out the district now. 1,778 cases. They picked up 118 new cases today, 47 total deaths, 9 people died in the District of Columbia. Let's check on my neighboring state, Delaware, on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay, on the other side of the little pond. They got 1,479 cases. They picked up 153 today, 33 deaths, 3 people died. I'm sorry, 1 person died in Delaware. So, let's look at our total. We got 532,736 cases, 29,860 new cases today. Total deaths, 20,580. New deaths today, 1,833 people died in the United States of America. Now it said don't wet the tablet. Well, how am I going to get the disease off of it? I'm going to have to gently wet it with the detergent, and I'm going to have to scrub it. At least wipe the bacteria off. So I'm going to have to lightly wet it. I don't want to get the virus that way. Let me get it by being stupid and not protecting myself. Don't let me get it that sissy way. If I got to get it, let me be the cause. So, all right, y'all, let's get back to the sermon. We keep getting distracted, but that's what makes it special. Early in the morning, all the chief priests and the elders of the people made their plans on how to have Jesus executed. So they bound him, led him away, and handed him over to Pilate, the governor. When Judas, who had betrayed him, saw that Jesus was condemned, he was seized with remorse and returned the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and the elders. I have sinned, he said, for I have betrayed innocent blood. What is that to us? They replied. That's your responsibility. So Judas threw the money into the temple and left. Then he went away and hanged himself. The chief priest picked up the coins and said, it's against the law to put this into the treasury since it's blood money. So they decided to use the money to buy a potter's field as a burial place for foreigners. That is why it's been called the field of blood to this day. Then what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet was fulfilled. They took the 30 pieces of silver, the price set on him by the people of Israel, and they used them to buy potter's field, as the Lord commanded me. Meanwhile, Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, are you the king of the Jews? You have said so, Jesus replied. When he was accused by the chief priests and the elders, he gave no answer. Then Pilate asked him, Don't you hear the testimony they're bringing against you? But Jesus made no reply, not even to a single charge, to the great amazement of the governor. Yeah, he was, what you mean, yeah. Now it was the governor's custom at the festival to release a prisoner chosen by the crowd. At that time, they had a well-known prisoner whose name was Jesus Barabbas. So when the crowd had gathered, Pilate asked them, "Which one do you want me to release to you, Jesus Barabbas or Jesus who was called the Messiah?" For he knew it was out of self-interest that they had handed Jesus over to him. While Pilate was sitting on the judge's seat, his wife sent him a message. "Don't have anything to do with that innocent man, for I have suffered a great deal today in a dream because of him." Oh, hold on a sec. So, while the Roman governor, was sitting in the judge's seat, his wife sent him a message. "Don't have anything to do with that innocent man, for I have suffered a great deal today in a dream because of him." So Pilate knew Jesus didn't do anything wrong. And his own wife begged him, sent him a message. Don't have anything to do with that innocent man. Did he listen? No, he cared more about what the people thought than what his own common sense was telling him and what his own wife was telling him. Usually the women make you do the wrong thing. This woman actually came in with some sense. But guess what? Didn't listen. Why he didn't listen? Let's keep going. But the chief priests and the elders persuaded the crowd to ask for Barabbas and to have Jesus executed. Which of the two do you want me to release to you? Asked the governor. Barabbas, they answered. What shall I do then with Jesus, who's called the Messiah? Pilate asked. They all answered, crucify him. Why? What crime has he committed? Asked Pilate. But they shouted all the louder, crucify him. And when Pilate saw that he was getting nowhere, but that instead an uproar was starting, he took water and washed his hands in front of the crowd. I am innocent of this man's blood, he said. It is your responsibility. All the people answered, his blood is on us and our children. Then he released Barabbas to them. But he had Jesus flogged and handed over to be crucified. Then the government soldiers took Jesus into the praetorium and gathered the whole company of soldiers around him. They stripped him and put a scarlet robe on him, then twisted together a crown of thorns and set it on his head. They put a staff in his right hand. Then they knelt in front of him and mocked him. Hail, King of the Jews, they said. They spit on him, took the staff and struck him on the head again and again. After they had mocked him, they took off the robe and put his own clothes back on him. Then they led him away to crucify him. As they was going out, they met a man from Cyrene named Simon, and they forced him to carry the cross. They came to a place called Golgotha, which means the place of the skull. If y'all remember earlier, I said Golgotha, but they said Calvary. I said Golgotha was along the way, which means the place of the skull. They said Calvary means the place of the skull. They offered Jesus wine to drink, mixed it with gall, but after tasting it, he refused to drink it. When they had crucified him, they divided up his clothing by casting lots, and sitting down, they kept watch over him there. Above his head, they placed the written charge against him. This is Jesus, the King of the Jews. 2 rebels were crucified with him, one on his right and one on his left. Those who passed by hurled insults at him, shaking their heads and saying, you are going to destroy the temple and build it in 3 days. Save yourself. Come down from the cross if you are the Son of God. In the same way, the chief priests, teachers of the law, and the elders mocked him. He saved others, They said, but he can't save himself. He's the king of Israel. Let him come down now from the cross and we'll believe in him. He trusts in God. Let God rescue him now if he wants him. For he said, I am the Son of God. In the same way, the rebels who were crucified with him also heaped insults on him. From noon until 3 in the afternoon, darkness came over all the land. About 3 in the afternoon, Jesus cried out in a loud voice, Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani, which means, my God, why have you forsaken me? When some of those standing there heard this, they said, he's calling Elijah. Immediately one of them ran and got a sponge. He filled it with wine, put it on a staff, and offered to Jesus a drink. The rest said, now leave him alone. Let's see if Elijah comes to save him. And when Jesus cried out in a loud voice, he gave up his spirit. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. The earth shook, the rocks split, and the tombs broke open. The bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to many people. When the centurion and those with him were guarding Jesus saw the earthquake and all that had happened, they were terrified and exclaimed, surely he was the Son of God. So alrighty, that was from the Gospel of Matthew, I believe. Now it says, if you want to be safe, a simple wipe down should take care of it. Shouldn't be wet where you have to wait to dry it out. All right. Like I said, I've been dousing everything that I bring home in the food. Now I have a cold refrigerator. So I know if I put something in the refrigerator, it ain't gonna survive. I've had stuff start to ice up. That's how cold that refrigerator get. So I don't worry too much about the refrigerated foods, but the canned goods, stuff like that, I wash them boys off. I literally put them in hot water and then antibacterial detergent, and I wash them off. I don't touch anything. Liz says, my husband never meets a stranger. He is downstairs talking to delivery men's ears away. Well, you've been in the house for a while. He might be lonely. Does he have a mask on? If he got a mask on and don't put his hands in his mouth, he be all right. Y'all just got to remember the two things. Just like I know it's easy to say, but don't put your fingers in your mouth when you outside or when somebody around you. Don't put your fingers in your mouth. Don't inhale when somebody talking to you. Because see, the bacteria, the virus could be in the droplets. You know when you talk sometimes and liquid shoot out? If you inhale that, you inhaling the virus. So if you cover your nose up, then you can't inhale. The virus is the mask, whatever you use, is a shield. It'll collect it. That's why you gotta rinse it off. You know the first thing I did when I came in the house? And I took that mask off after I brought everything in? Well, the first thing I did, I opened the door up. I sat down what I had. I went and washed my hands. That was the first thing I did. Then I took my jacket off. I took my hat off. I took off the helmet. I took off the shirt. I took off everything. except for my pants and my shoes because I still had to bring the stuff up. I washed my hands again. I rinsed out the mask and I hung it up. It's hanging up in the bathroom on the shower rod. It's waiting for me to use it again. It's hanged up there. Then I went and brought the stuff upstairs. Then I washed my hands again. All in all, I washed my hands 7 times. So if I'm going to touch my face, I had to make sure. You understand what I'm saying? I had to make sure everything was clean. If you do that, you won't have a problem. Even if you're around the people. If you keep your nose and your mouth covered up, you're not going to have a problem. But if you wear a mask, you got to rinse the mask out. If you got one of them fancy masks that got a filter in it, you got to buy several filters, or you're going to have to rinse out those filters and reuse them. And I don't know how effective they are if you rinse them out. A lot of people don't do that. They put the same thing on. They put the same thing on again and again and don't clean it. And don't realize if you get the bacteria on you, it's on that handkerchief. It's on that mask. You got to clean that off. Hang it up and let it dry. Then wash your face. After you wash your hands, wash your face good. Then you're good to go. You know. Who puts their fingers in their mouths? Some people can't read the page of a book without. That's putting your finger in your mouth. You don't know what that book for you did. Can't read a magazine. Oh, I see Starbucks got that on sale today. People that smoke cigarettes, they put their hand to their mouth. People that drink sodas, they be out in public in a restaurant. What do? They put a straw in there. Somebody can't walk by and go, some particles in the air, settle on the straw. You go. You can sit there and wash the silverware and put it in the silverware drawer. Somebody could come in and have the virus, reach in there and pick up a fork or a spoon. Later on, somebody comes back, open that same drawer up. So now they didn't touch the same drawer somebody else didn't touch. And then they pick up some silverware out the same thing. So now they got 2 chances. Because it might be it might be the virus on the silverware. It might be on the virus on the hand. If you're a person like me and you say you go to the all you can eat, I never get the plate on top because I don't know who touched it beforehand. I always go 2 or 3 plates down and pull it out. But suppose I got the virus. I've touched 2 or 3 plates. Somebody else come behind me and take the first or second one, don't be like me and go down to the third. Guess what? They've touched all 4 of them plates. All you gotta do is just touch it one time and touch them out. And you get ready to go eat. Liz said, thing is, gloves are low. Wait a minute, I'm going too far. I am. Listen, they told him when they got here they had one more delivery, and he keeps talking. That's probably why y'all waited so long, Liz. Yes, Joe. Question. Liz says, now when I go out, I keep a bag in my car and throw my gloves away and spray my hands with hand sanitizer. She said, thing is, gloves are low, $30 on Amazon. Liz said, that's true, BD. I do not put my fingers in my mouth, but I'm guilty for touching my face. Liz said, it's not easy to do when you put your hands up and realize you have gloves on. Well, the object is not to get it in your nose or your mouth. That's the key. Not to get it in your nose or your mouth. Even if you touch it, it's got to get in you. You know what I'm saying? It's got to get in you. If you come around somebody who you think might have it, when they talking, don't face them. Turn your face away. That's the first thing you can do. Because you don't want to inhale. If they sneeze, they sending all those bacterial spores just shooting out. That's the body trying to get rid of them. And they just shoot it right out in the air, and then it just settles on something. If you let it settle on you, if you inhale it, if you touch something, see, this is what's so hard. But you still have to find a way to get it in you. It's possible to be around somebody that got it and not get it, but you got to inhale it or you got to touch it. And then touch your mouth or your nose. But you can be around it and never be fazed. You literally can have it in your mask. You can have it in your hat. You can have it in your coat. You can have it on your clothes. But as soon as somebody come touch it, somebody give you a pat on the back, somebody help you up on the train, if they touch their mouth, guess what? They got it. That's the problem. Giving somebody a hug. Giving somebody a hug. You putting your face right up to theirs. Even if you turn sideways like this, they can have the virus on their shoulders, and you can pick it right up on your cheek. And then one day you sitting there, la-di-da, 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 la-di-da. And then somebody tell you, hey, you got something on your teeth. What, I do? Yeah. And guess what? You got it. Somebody tell you got something on your teeth, say, so what? Deal with it. Don't look at my mouth. I did. Somebody tell you got a booger. If you ain't got no way to wash your hands, or you don't have something that's enclosed, because even a box of tissues, that tissue that's hanging out, take the first two and dump them and use the third one. Don't take the one off the top, because guess what? Somebody came over there and got one, and you don't know when that one pop up, when that person go out, chew or whatever, guess what? The droplets go onto the box and onto that tissue. You think you picking up something sanitary, and it's infected. And you're going to take it and blow your nose with it. And you're going to stick it up your nose and get the snot out of there, and you're infecting yourself. Yeah, the mask keep you from giving it because it doesn't let the droplets out. It's the droplets that come out in the air. You wear a mask for two reasons. One, to keep you from putting the droplets into the air, and two, so you don't take it back in. It's two purposes. It's a barrier. To keep you from shooting something out and to keep somebody else from shooting something on you. But you got to rinse the mask out. If you wear the same gloves, just like I got a, it's been a day and a half now, but I'm going to take the gloves out my pocket. I always let it sit. Vials can only last so long. I let it sit. Then I go and I wash them and I hang them up. They can only survive so long. You know? But the important thing is, when you touch them, don't touch your mouth. When you take the gloves off, wash your hands. A lot of people think they got gloves on, and they just take them off, and they don't realize that unless you reach your hand down on the inside and pull out, you got to put it down on the inside and pull out that way. If you take it from the outside, you just put it on your fingers. And then you go, la-di-dee, I'm good to go. And next thing you know, the next day you come up sick, and you don't know why. You know? Right. Ah, Liz just said what I just said. I didn't even see that, Liz. Yeah, you got to take the mask. It's better to put your fingers inside and then peel it down. Now, this is harder because I got to hang it up. The mask I'm wearing, you fit it over your head. So I got to reach in, and then I got to pull up. And I try to do like this when I do it. Try and keep my nose closed. Try and keep my mouth closed and clenched up. I take it off, right? Then I wash my hands immediately. Then I wash my face. Then I wash the mask off. I hang the mask up. But if you take the mask off the wrong way and then touch your face because you think, hey, why not? Hey, why not? Also, toothbrushes. You got to keep the toothbrush in a container. You can't have the toothbrush out in the open. Because if somebody sneezes or leave droplets on the toothbrush, guess what? You're going to put it on your body. Before you use a rag, make sure you rinse the rag out. You don't know if it picked up somebody's particles. You could be using a rag and just washing somebody's particles, wrap your nose. That's the key. Liz said there was another man in the store yesterday just coughing away with no mask. And you sure it's crazy. I wouldn't be in that store. I don't care what I had. I let myself say, I got to go. Take it easy and take it slow. But I got to go where I got to go. I tried to tell a man, well, why you ain't got no mask on? The mail lady said you can't tell people nothing. Where are we at? We are at Mark. So let's back out because we told that story anyway. We ought to think I'm joking. Now, it didn't show, the other camera died. We showed the video yesterday. The other camera died. Go to video, man. Oh, we already hit. Damn, you messed up there. Here it is. I want to see how it look anyway. I never got to see how it look. They're going to commercial. Whoa.
Now he let me go. The devil already got the mic on. Come on, sir. Come on.
Y'all see that? 1440. Let's see if the phone can handle it. Let me restart the radio. Can the phone handle it in 2K? Can the phone handle it?
So the good news is, except for my legs, everything else is...
It's struggling. All right then. Come back to 1080.
So we good.
Yeah. All right, I brought it down to 1080. Yeah, you see the difference too. Oh Lord. All right, it's not as bad as I thought.
Man, that been is blowing. It really made no sense. Every time I come outside, it's raining hard. Now this hurricane, y'all. Look at this. These are high day conditions. I should have put my sunglasses. Something gonna blow my eyes.
Man, my face is covered.
Hurricane condition, y'all. It made no sense.
All right, let's fast forward. All right, let's fast forward.
We are home.
Got a commercial. Hit that mute button. Told you I was in all red. And to the mailbox, there wasn't nothing there.
Really didn't want to touch my face,
But look, there's the mail truck right there.
So y'all, we doing pretty good, huh?
There's the mail truck right there.
This little bit of stuff was $60, man. That's crazy. It's only 3 bags. I don't know why this was so damn much money. What the hell did we get? What the hell did we get so expensive?
Now that bush is in the way.
Yeah, I'm just 150. The gas, 259. The drink next. Minus $2, okay. The pork chops. Okay. It was close to here. Oh, but do you know what I'm saying? Can I tell you something that's said? You know what I'm saying? I just bought 4 of these when it's 40 in here. I ordered this on the 3rd. No, it's all $16. Yeah, but I ain't a shipper in over 4 years. I know some people that will never cook. But I like that because these you don't smack. You know, a lot of people don't like to do them because they smack. You know, you chew them like a cow. I know you heard that before. Come on, you heard that before. Oh, thank you. What they want? I went down there and they didn't want to let me in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this day gonna see
They
over
were
me.
sending out another people with the increases on their stand, so that might be something to that.
Yeah, they gave me a little increase. I ain't gonna front. But yeah, that's them I can handle. You know what? You won't believe I sent them 2 emails and they cussing them out. I feel bad now. I'm serious. What do you mean impatient? Then you know, I don't know if you was the one that brought it, but the girl said that there was another package. It was a softer kind. The kind you put in there. But it had some in there. Okay, a couple of them. She brought it inside because the mail person left the whole thing open.
You know, I was off for 2 weeks. I was on vacation. And when I came back, I said, let me go open the door. I said, it's been open. Everything you said, come on. I said, everything. Nobody never said nothing.
Can I offer you a little advice?
Right.
Bring that up over your nose. I know it's not comfortable, but you don't want to inhale.
I usually do. When I'm walking the street, it don't look like I need to breathe.
Did you hear what I said? She's got on a scarf or whatever, but her nose is not covered. So I advise her to keep her nose covered. So hopefully I just saved her life or saved the life of some of the people, because if she does have it and she's letting out droplets, she could be contaminating all the mail that she's delivering. I'm dead serious.
I just came from the market and people kept trying to, oh, y'all get away from me. 6 feet. And then lady tried to jump in the line. Yeah. You know how, if you open it, so I'm sitting in the aisle hanging out, right? But I ain't fucking with it. She wants to get in for everything. Oh, where you going? And then she, man, because you saw me sitting there. She thought because I was in the chair, I wasn't going to say nothing. They don't know. I'm being in the chair, but I'm going to jump down your throat. I'm getting twisted. I get a man saying. I appreciate it. Oh, bring it over. Anybody else, man?
Look at him.
Where's your mask at, sir? All right. 800 people in New York died yesterday. 200 something in New Jersey and 199 in California. That just the past, that was yesterday. I ain't seen the days yet. We lost 24 people yesterday in the state. Yeah, but that's why I'm ready to take off work in the house. I'm done for the day. Thank you. Thanks to you, I ain't got to come back out. I'm done. Well, they ship priority, but they don't give you a tracking number. So there's no way to know. But like I said, I'm glad it came. So basically, I just wasted money I didn't have to spend. But it's all good. I ain't gonna complain. Guess you can never have too much. So let's go ahead and get this stuff in here. I ain't coming to let it go. I am done. See, they can act like it's a game all they want. Ooh. They can act like it's a game all they want. There ain't no game on here. We lost 15,000 people to this country. 15,000.
All right, now that serves several purposes. First of all, that looked a lot better than I thought it would. So I'm glad for that. But also, you heard me correct the mail lady. She had her mouth covered, but didn't have her nose covered. You supposed to cover both. 1. 2, the man came up to us, and I showed you how close he was. And I told the man, where's your mask at? I ain't wearing up there on mask. And I told him, 600 people died in New York today. It was really 700. People died in New York today from this disease. And I'm like, 200 and something died in New Jersey. 100 people died in California. And then I told them 24 people died in our state today. And I said, hold on, that was yesterday. I ain't seen the day's numbers yet. Man, I ain't trying to hear. And then the mail lady came over and said, people like that, you can't tell them nothing. And the reason why I showed that is, it's people like that that's going to keep spreading it. They're so selfish, they only care about themselves. But then when they get injured, they want you to feel sorry for them. They didn't feel sorry for the other people who they was messing up. They didn't feel sorry for them. But now, he wants you to feel sorry for him. Y'all understand what I'm trying to say? That's saying, am I my brother's keeper? We are all each other's keeper. You are alive today because the people around you allow you to live. Can I say this again? You are alive today because the people around you allow you to live. Because if somebody did not want you to live, they would kill you. So we are each other's keeper. If somebody don't want you to live, they'll try to poison you. They'll try to burn your house down while you sleep. They'll stab you. They'll choke you out. They'll shoot you. We all are alive because we allow each other to be alive. Anytime you see a woman 90 years old walking and she's not beaten up and robbed, it's because the people allow her to walk the street. Because if somebody says, hey, she got something I want, you won't see her walking anymore. You'll see her in the newspaper. We allow each other. That's why I say you allow the people to sell drugs on your block. Because you're not doing anything, you are allowing them. If everybody on that block came out there and said, you can't do that mess here, they won't have no choice but to go. What they gonna do? Go back and get their 5 friends? How they gonna take out the whole block? But we allow it. Crime only exists because good people allow it to exist. The same way this virus is killing all these people. We saw what it did in Italy, and yet we didn't lock down the country. And look what it's doing to us now. And we saw it. We played videos of the people in Italy warning us, don't let this be you. And guess what? We're turning right into them. Naya says, most people I see wearing masks are not covering their nose and mouth. Liz said, I see them either wearing the mask properly or not wearing one at all. Liz said, when those who don't have one come in contact with you, they look at you crazy. Naya said, it's like any other contagious disease. Some people will spread it intentionally. Liz said, BD, you should be washing the clothes you go out in. Naya says, yes, Liz. Liz, the disease can only live a certain amount of time. You're right. But let's say you put a pair of pants on, right? And say you hang them up. If you go back out 5 days later, that disease is gone. That virus and died. If there's anything on there, it did. It can't survive that long. A virus needs a host. Now, it might can sit for hours. Maybe it can sit for a day. But it needs a host. And more importantly, you must come in contact with it. And then touch it. And then touch your mouth. If I hang my jacket on the bathroom door, when I walk past it, my shoulder might brush against it. When I go in the bathroom, I wash my shoulder. I wash my hands. I go to the bathroom. Then I wash my hands. I wash my genitals. I do that anyway. And then I wash my shoulder again and walk by and I dare it. I leave a little bit of that detergent on my shoulder because I figure I might bump the door on the way out. I leave a little bit right there for it. Like, come on, jump off. We waiting for you. You know. No. Just like I just switched. Y'all know I was wearing the polo jeans. I leave them hanging on the bathroom door and let it hang there. And like I said, we hadn't been out in 7 days. That virus can't survive that long. Not no 7 days. But yeah, you could do that. But no, I don't put them in the closet. No. But yeah, you know what? You know what? I might go ahead and hand wash everything and hang it up. But yeah, but I figure, you know, you have to touch it. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta touch it and then touch your mouth. I don't know nobody that's gonna take their clothes and do like this out of the blue. Ah! That's the only way you gonna get it. I'm serious. Now, if there was somebody else living here, I would have to be more vigilant on that. But there's nobody. Every time I wear it, it'd be like, say I was gonna go to the store. 2 days before, I hand wash it and hang it up. You hang it up over the shower, so it drip into the bathtub, and then after that, you can move it. And I usually hang it by the radiator and let it dry the rest of the way. Sometimes I'll go ahead and wash, 4 or 5 things at the same time. Let them hang. Let them get to the point where they don't drip no more, and then I'll rearrange it and hang it around the house, and then I'll wash some more stuff. But like, say I had a doctor's appointment. I would set the outfit out, wash it, put it together on the hanger after it's all dry, the pants, the shirt, the underwear, the drawers, and then sit it inside the closet and let it sit there until I use it. But I usually wash every time I'm going to go out. I'm just like that. Like, I'm looking at that basket right now, and it's 4 or 5 shirts, but I haven't worn them since the pandemic. It's just sitting there. But I need to wash them. I washed You notice that my shirts always have the little wrinkles in them? The reason is because I don't have an iron, but I hand wash them. And then I sit them in the bathtub. I sit them in the, I hang them around the shower and turn the shower on and let the steam get some of the wrinkles out. But that's if I got to go somewhere. If I ain't got to go nowhere, I just hand wash it and hang it up. Shoot. I ain't going through all that. And like I said, I constantly wash underwear. I always make sure I got underwear. You never know when you might go to the hospital, so I try to always make sure, I got clean socks, clean underwear, and at least 2 outfits ready to go. Just in case I go to the hospital, because you never know. You just have something to wear there and something to wear home. I know people that sit there and go in the hospital, the same outfit they had on when they left. They come back from the hospital in the same. I'm like, ew. Didn't you wear that already? They be like, yeah, I wore it to the hospital, man. It's sat in the closet in the hospital. But then you gonna get on a bus? Them clothes might stink. No, they don't. I only had it on for like 3 hours before I went in the hospital, and then I took them off, and they gave me the bed and everything, and then I hung it in the closet. But so it's been laying around stinking for like 3-4 days, and then you're going to put it back on and come out like you just came out the shower or something. You're like, ta-da, I'm free from the hospital. You know that I had to sneak a razor in? When I go to the hospital, I had to sneak in a razor. They wouldn't allow me to shave. They said you take blood thinners, and if you cut yourself, you could bleed to death. I'm like, I'm in the damn hospital. You know how dumb that sounds? I'm in the hospital, and I'm just going to lay there and bleed to death. I'm not going to say, hey, I'm bleeding to death. Hey, I'm going to get a nick, and that nick is going to allow me to bleed to death. And I'm not going to press the button. So you telling me your nurse is that sorry that somebody could bleed to death from a nick and y'all wouldn't come by and notice it? I was like, man, that sounds so retarded. I had to sneak a razor into the bathroom. Liz said, you don't need to shave in the hospital. I got news for you. I should have shaved today. And y'all know I normally don't wear a hat for the sermon. But I ain't feel like shaving my hair today. Matter of fact, I need to order some razors, to be honest with you. I keep forgetting. I keep saying I'm going to get some from the market. But I keep forgetting. The ones from the market, they ain't that good. Like I said, I ain't been to Family Dollar yet. I know they're going to ask me to leave the backpack up front. Now, they can't do nothing about the scooter. They can't say leave the bike up front. That's why you ain't seen me go in there. They want me to leave the bike up front and leave my backpack up front. I got the power bank in there. That's a $70 power bank. I'm supposed to leave that there. And then the other power bank that run the phone is in the pouch. And that's $15. And I'm supposed to just leave that sitting there while I'm in a dollar store. Supposed to have the risk of somebody taking $50 worth of stuff for me to be in a dollar store to spend $10. Wow. That make a lot of sense. But at least now I only had to leave the backpack. Like I said, I haven't been in there yet. It looks so cramped in there. You say try the Dollar Shave Club. What the heck is that? Well, let's find out. We got a moment. We ain't doing nothing. Dollar. We'll get back to the second part of the sermon in a minute. Dollar Shave Club. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A top shelf grooming routine personalized for you. Need some recommendations? Shop starter sets. What part can we help you with? Shaving. Today you pay $5. So what do you get? Daily face cleanser, hair and scalp shampoo. I don't see a razor. Starter set chips today, trial sizes. I don't see a razor. I ain't no brain surgeon, but I don't see a razor. All right, go to. Okay, let's get the starter set. Oh, they asking information. Let me check the chat real quick. Let's say look at the razors. I don't see no razors. Let me scan back. I see shaving and I see showering, but I don't see anything. I don't see anything about I see shaving and showering. I don't see nothing about no razors. I see the razor right there, but they don't mention it. Now, they just showed me something different. Razor cartridge, 2-pack, pea scrub. So the shower, so wait a minute, hold on, I'm confused now. The first one was $5. Which one is which, man? You just can't get the razor? I got shaving cream. All right, the first one said $5 without the razor. So where's the dollar at? All right, so that's $10. The first one said 5. I got 5. And anybody want to help me out with the other 5? And I'll go ahead and get it right now. Because I can go to the store and get a pack of disposable razors for $2. I got shaving cream. So I got 5. And anybody want to help me get the rest of the way? But then I ain't got to go nowhere then. I was mad at myself for forgetting to get the razors from the market when I was there. Well, here it say you get a razor with 2 cartridges, and you get the prep scrub, the shave butter, the post shave dew, daily face cleanser, hair and scalp shampoo, body cleanser, all for 10 buckaroos. All right, hold on a sec. How come you can get the razor cartridges? Where you saying get the razor? All right, nobody answered and didn't think anybody would, so just back out. Let's back out. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I didn't mean to hit that. We haven't been on Amazon in a while. Well, what does the Amazonian have? Oh, that's what I really could use. Wait a minute. I don't want shaving. See if we can find a deal here. Load of Heim. Prime. Five and 1. That's your lowest price? Mm-hmm. Where the deals at, man? No. So they ain't got no deals. All right. Excuse me. Come on, pull it in. The hell? Come on, man. They ain't got no deals. All right, let's try and do that. God darn. Wait a minute. What was that? Oh, travel bag. Yeah, you figured that. I ain't found one yet. $99. $25. So that's $11.99. That's a replacement. Come on. Can't nobody beat it. Oh, who? That's just a clip. Where's the body at? See? That's $19.99. Hey, I got one of those. That's a trimmer blade. Come on, man. Pull it in. We start this radio. Pull it in, sir. We ain't got all night. Who? With bonus weave. This baby clippers. Yeah, their price is too high. Might have to try Amazon. I mean, try eBay. That price is too high. Come on, man. To the chat real quick. Let's see what the going rate is. Now that's $9.99. Who else is affordable? $25. That's $19. Okay, where's that? Wait a minute. I know I saw one for $9.99. Where'd it go? Oh, let's see what this is. How much is the shipping? $3.99. That's not bad. So how much is the shipping? How much is the shipping? WikiBot said they found 10 codes. Huh? They said they got 10. So honey couldn't do nothing for me. Wait a minute, they're still trying. Hold on. Come on, honey, now. Come on now. The driver donated $10. Come on now. Well, come on, honey. Find me something. We need something that's going to cover the shipping. We already have the best price. So, how much is the shipping? Get quote. $7 to ship. Oh, heck, yeah, that's crap. Now you blew that. That's all right. I'll do it on my own time. I'll find something. Darn. The shipping was almost as much as daggone razor was. Y'all see that? The shipping was just as much as the razor was. Why in the world it take $7 to ship that little box? Like I'm stupid. Don't cost no $7 to ship that little box. They trying to make a fool out of me. Let's take a break for a second. We'll get back to the sermon. Let me do a refresh. Make sure everything's still good. All right. So what? Everybody left? Whatever.
for taking my place on the cross. I can't tell the pity of the pain and loss you suffered, but I can spread the gospel to others who don't know or are afraid to show that they took the world. So help us to let the knowledge unfurl so they can see these blessings. So many people go through like death.
Am I saved? I think so. Oh Lord, help me let them grow.
Let me get the words to save that soul.
Make me bold like St. Paul. I don't want to save one. I want to save them all. Cause everything I do for you. Lord, everything I do for you.
It's all the same. I only live to praise your name.
Everything I do, Lord.
Everything I do for you. All that I am, all that I achieve is blessed from you. I believe that you're the Lord of Lords, the host of hosts. I want to spread your name from coast to coast, not the coast, but the coast of an unbeliever who are missing out and not receiving your grace. Don't let me get distracted. I might take some certain items that I don't need, but let me feed on the right to get the knowledge of your word.
Well, I can witness to those who haven't heard.
I hear your call. Don't let me fall into the trap. I'm beating my breast instead of throwing my hand and Jesus left. And may the sin of this world have no power.
Let the Spirit shower me every hour.
So I can stay faithful. They don't need cool words. Escape my
Lord, you are the steward of my ship. Everything that I do. Everything I do.
Everything I do for you.
Everything I do.
And know this, God. Everything
I do for you.
the one man
All right, let's get back here. Get back to our sermon here. Looks like everybody left. Oh. Brother Derrick show, Minister Derrick show, you don't know what you're going to miss. Let's get to the second part. Now we covered the crucifixion. Let's cover the resurrection. We covered the crucifixion. Let's cover the resurrection. Now we ain't even going to look at none of that. Just let that sit there because we ain't got to look at it. I don't need it. We're going to get to it. Let's cover the resurrection. As I said at the beginning, without the resurrection, there is no story. If they were able to find a body for Jesus Christ, there is no story. There is no story. The whole religion sits on everything that Jesus said before he was crucified, and that he rose, that he was risen up, and that he came back and showed himself to his disciples and other people. Without that, he would just be another man that died. But he was able to come back. And his disciples, who were afraid, the same way they was afraid when he was arrested in the garden and they ran away. Only Peter followed to see what happened. And while he was doing that, he was asked 3 times, "Weren't you with them?" "Oh, no, that wasn't me." Somebody else said, later on said, "Hey, weren't you with them?" The reason why we know what happened, and the reason why there's a difference in the 4 Gospels, Peter followed to see what happened to Jesus. So he had to tell everybody else what happened. And when you tell somebody something else, they tend to add their own to it, or they tend to forget something. And that's why it's a good thing and a bad thing. Because what one person might focus on, somebody else might focus on something else. I believe that Luke was more focused on the scriptures that prove who Jesus was. John just told what he saw on earth. Luke's gospel is short and quick to the point. The others are longer. John was around Jesus more than anyone else. His is the longest. It's the fact that we got 4 different accounts that put them together gives us the whole picture. Rather than just having one person's account, one person's viewpoint, we got 4. And we're able to look at it and draw from each person's account into an account of our own. And this is where people try to trip you up at. They'll say, well, in the back of Revelations, it says if one person changes the word, then they're going to face the same tributes. Changing a word or changing your perception, that's 2 different things. If somebody says that Susie is the prettiest girl, and 80% of the people in your circle think that Susie is the prettiest girl, but 13% of the people in your circle might say Betty is the prettiest girl. If I'm doing some kind of, article on the prettiest women in our circle, if I'm one of that 13%, I'm going to say that the second girl was prettier. If I'm one of the 87%, I'm going to say that girl is prettier. But if I put both girls and say, these are the 2 prettiest girls, I want you to decide for yourself which one you think is prettier. What would be the better article? What you think and what I think might be totally different. I might think both of them ugly. I might come out with a third article. I might come out with a third one. Somebody might come with a 4th one and say, you know what? We both looking at the same thing, but you say that Becky is the prettiest, but Becky nose kind of narrow or it's kind of big, and her lips is too thin. Yeah, she's pretty and everything, but I think Julie got the prettier face. What, Julie? Julie got jelly rolls. What do you mean? You said the prettiest. Facially, she might be a little plump, but her face is prettier than the other 2 girls that y'all have suggested. Let me go look at Julie here. Well, the other 2 girls got better bodies. But, Julie is kind of, she's kind of fleshy, But she's definitely pretty in the face. She has, and her hair just, the highlights in it just glow in the sun. She might be a little plumper, but she definitely has a better. This is what I mean when people try to say that the Bible is contradictory. You got 4 different men who wrote down what they saw or heard years later. So that they not all, even though they all witness the same thing, they're not going to all feel the same way. God inspired means He inspires you to do it. But he does allow you to put your own flair into it. These men are experiencing it. Somebody experiencing something in the heat of the moment is not going to have the same reaction 2 years later. It ain't like today we can take out a phone and dictate what we said, or take out a recorder and record what we said. They might have later on got a different understanding. Just like one gospel, the guy constantly, and just as it was written by Jeremiah, and just as Zedekiah said, they were actually able to go back and look and say, he was talking about Jesus. They took the time. But on the spot, somebody might have wrote the gospel. They might write it differently. They might be focusing on what Jesus said. Somebody else might be trying to get you to look at something. So we got to understand, we got 4 different gospels, 4 different accounts through their own eyes. Inspired by God, yes. But we got 4 different people telling us the same story. All of them wasn't there for all scenes. Some of these things were repeated. Like I said, Peter did not write a gospel of the account, but he was the one that was there for Jesus' trial. The other ones had ran away, remember? So they're telling you what Peter told them. And that's why the accounts might focus on one part or another, but collectively, they tell you the whole story so that you can take into account. Just like there are some preachers that's going to pick one thing and stick to it, and some preachers are all over the place, all willy-nilly. You don't know what they're going to preach about when they come. But they all have a position, and people are going to look through their position or their perspective. How does this relate to me? How does this help the reader? How does this inspire you? I listened to a guy earlier, and he was talking about how Jesus took on all our sins and died for us, and what greater love can he show than by that act? Then he turned around and said, so you should be able to ask him for anything. He died for you. So you should be able to ask him for that car you want. You should be able to ask him for that house you want. You should be able to ask him for that husband you want. You should be able to. So he went right and turned Jesus and God into daggone bank machines, ATMs, where you can go and extract things from. They don't care about that stuff. They care about being in a relationship with you. You can't take none of that stuff with you. Be honest. I got to stop swinging in this old chair. It ain't really that old. Snazzy bought this for us back in 2018. But I guess it's getting up there. Much time as we spend sitting in this chair, that I spend sitting in it. But let that marinate for a second. The man went right from teaching you right and went right into greed. If I have to tell you that Jesus and God is walking bank machines floating around in the air, in order for you to hear the word, you don't want to hear the word. You want these things so people can be envious of you. I want people to be envious of my relationship with Jesus and God. Not to be envious on what they have. I was in the guy's show today, and somebody joined up to be a member. I don't know what that means. Did you pay money to be a member? But he sure got excited when somebody became a member. What was the big deal? You can't buy yourself into heaven. Him becoming a member doesn't mean that he's really taking in what you're telling him. It just means that he wants the other people in the chat to know that he got it like that. Everybody likes a donation because it says that you giving people something that they actually enjoy or could use, and they do that out of appreciation. But most people can do it behind the scenes. Why you gotta do it so everybody know? Why you gotta have everybody pat you on the back? I keep saying that because it's true. When you sit there and listen to people brag, they're trying to make themselves look better in your eyes. I appreciate if anybody watches me, but I'm more concerned about what Jesus and God think about what I'm doing than what the average man is. Man can't help me get to heaven. Your donation can't help me get to heaven. It might stop me. I might start focusing more on donations than I am on putting the word out. I might be trying to draw your dollars to me rather than draw your interest toward Jesus and God. And that's going to make me a fake teacher, a false prophet, a profiteer. I don't think people understand when you should donate or why you should donate. You donate to help keep everything going. You donate if you see somebody in need. But when you donate just to have everybody else pat you on the back, you need it more than the person you're donating to. You need the attention. Let that marinate for a second. You need it. The same way I say the funeral is for the people that's still living. It ain't doing nothing for the dead. When you give for the wrong reasons, you're not pleasing God and Jesus. That's why Jesus said, you got your reward. You got your reward from your fellow man when they pat you on the back. That's your reward. When you got that little bit of attention for that moment. There you go. Hey, good job. Hey, nice to do that. Hey, there you go. That's the reward you were looking for. You wasn't looking for Jesus and God to give you that reward. You was looking for your fellow man to give you that reward. What are you looking for? The most valuable thing in the world that I have is my relationship with Jesus Christ. And if it wasn't for him, I would not still be here. I've died 5 times. There's a reason why I kept getting back up. They got a purpose for me. And the purpose is to come out here and counter-react the gaming, the hustling, the lies, the blasphemy that's put out there. But that hustle is what's going today. That's why everybody ain't going, no matter how much they lie to you. They'll tell you that you're going to make you feel good. And because you feel good, you'll donate. That's how people think. I used to think that way. Until I got the Spirit. And then I realized, whether you got $1 in your pocket, however you got $1 million in your pocket, if you don't know Jesus, you broke. You spiritually broke. If you don't know Jesus and he don't know you, there's no way for you to get to God. Not going to listen to a darn thing you say. And that's a fact. Before you make a decision, you should ask, would Jesus approve of this? Not whether or not you approve of it. You ask, would Jesus approve of it? Would this be okay with God? If you don't ask that before you make every big decision, you're not one of his. Because that's all he asks you to do. Stop and drop everything you working on and come find out what he wants you to work on. That's what this is. And it's the hardest thing in the world because of the world. If there were no other people in the world, it would be easy to let Jesus and God direct you where you wanted to go. But because you're worried about what the other people in the world say, you break your connection or never even start it. You don't give them a thought until something go wrong. Then you go, ah. You might hear me fuss sometimes, and there's a reason for it. See, unlike Job, I'm not going to sit there and go, well, I must not be doing something right. I'm going to have to go ahead and do more. No, I'm going to call him. I'm not going, I'm not doing something enough, so he giveth, he taketh away. No, you ask yourself, what are you doing that they can't roll with? That's why you're having this problem. What are you doing? Let me stop doing that and try to find out what they want. Now, if I'm doing that and stuff's still going wrong, that's when I fuss. Hey, I'm doing the right thing here. Where you at? That's when I start fussing. I'm doing everything the right way. I could have took the shortcut. I did it the right way. Why am I still not getting there? I'm asking you to help me, to lead me. Why am I not getting there? I'm not asking you to be rich. I'm not asking you to be fine and good looking and handsome. I'm just, why is everything such a struggle? And the answer is because if it's too easy, you're not going to appreciate it. And you're still going to fall by the wayside. You're still going to be with the rest of the people because it's too easy for you. You can't have it easy. Because when the going get rough, you won't know how to fight. When the going get rough, you don't know how to fight. How you gonna know how to fight? You ain't never had a rough time. If you don't have it rough, how are you gonna be able to tell somebody else how to deal when they get it rough? I see people that look me right in my eye and they don't understand. How can you be so happy? You ain't even got a car. How you so happy? You don't have a woman. How you so happy? You don't live in a fancy house. How you so happy? Can none of them things you said help me get to paradise? But I know one thing. I know Jesus Christ and he know me. That's what I know. And that's the only person who decides whether or not you go to baby hell or you go to paradise. That's the opinion I'm worried about. I'm not worried about nobody else's opinion. You can't help me get there. You can stop me from getting there, but you can't help me get there. Do y'all understand? If your spiritual advisor, your minister, whatever you got, your fortune teller, is not telling you to come to Christ and drop everything, the same way he told that rich young man, go sell everything you have, come follow me. He got rich before, why he can't do it again after he served Jesus? You think he won't make him more rich? But no, he couldn't see it. No, I can't get my stuff up. I'm going to be broke. You got some people who don't have much. But Jesus will say, take what you got and give it away and come follow me. That means I'm going to have to depend on the people that I'm teaching to get by. I don't want to depend on them cheesecakes because I was one of them. Now I can't do it. That's okay. I'll stay right here and go right on the hill. I'll hang on to my little possessions and go right on the hill. Because I don't want to have to depend on these people because I was before I met you. I was one of them people. I ain't contributing nothing. I don't even want to pay my taxes. They have to send the daggone government here to get their tax money. I ain't giving it to them. I sure as heck ain't going to support nobody. Yeah, you must be crazy. I don't even want to take care of my kids. I got to depend on people like me. I'll be starving and out. That's okay. I'll stay in the same position I am. At least I got money and to take care of my needs. I come follow you, I'm going to be broke and destitute, walking around with a Bible in my hand, trying to talk to people that don't want to hear me. Those people received the call, but weren't chosen. A lot of people will tell you, I received the call, No, they didn't. Most of the time, somebody told them, hey, he's doing it. I can do it. And I can do it better. He's okay, but I can do it better. But your interest is not in the people. You don't want to bring them to gather around Jesus. You want to bring them to gather around you. I love when somebody says, you only got 4 people in the chat. Is that supposed to hurt? With the information we bring in, the topics we cover, we only got 4 people in the chat. Is the information wrong? Is the topics wrong? Is the preaching wrong? Am I wrong? Or is it the stiff-necked, hard-headed people that want the drama, that want the easy fixes, or just want somebody to give them an excuse to keep doing the stuff that they doing? Or people that just want to moan and groan and don't want to hear what they can do to help the situation? They the problem. The content ain't the problem. This show ain't the problem. Only a certain amount of people can hear the truth. And when I tell the truth, a lot of y'all duck out. Fastest way to clear this chat is to tell the truth. But the real people are going to stick around. The ones that duck out are the ones that I worry about. Because when they run, where they run to? You would rather follow somebody who don't give a damn about you, but just want you to donate to them, rather than somebody that really wants you to improve your life, to improve. And I don't care. I'm rich. I don't need no improving. Rich people commit suicide too. Rich people kids get in trouble just as much as poor people kids too. They just got better lawyers. Everybody need to have Jesus in their life. No matter where you are, no matter how you look, no matter what you got, no matter who you related to. All that don't mean nothing when you got to stand in front of that man. Because it's just you standing there. And it's not going to be you with your pretty car. And it's not going to be you with your nice house. And it's not going to be you with the mayor behind you. And it's not going to be you. Yeah, I know the president. Me and him tweet all the time. President can't help you when you stand in front of Jesus. The most powerful man on earth can't do a darn thing for you. Because chances are, he going to be standing in front of Jesus, and he ain't going to have nothing that they're going to say. A lot of these ministers you see walking around with the nice suits on, they look so nice and everything. How do you think they're going to look when they stand in front of Jesus on Judgment Day? How they going to look? You think that suit going to help them get in? You think them wingtips? You think them having the pleat part in their slacks is going to help them? You think them wearing a vest is going to help them get up there? No, it ain't. They're going to be sitting in hell right along with all the thieves and the drug addicts and the drug dealers and the rapists and the child molesters. They're going to be sitting right there with them. A lot of these preachers you see, they got them nice big churches, big old cars and limos and all that other stuff. They're going right to hell. And the sad part is, When you stumble across somebody, you're going to say, hey, Reverend Parson, what you doing here? Hey, there go the Pope. What the Pope doing down here? This is what's going to happen. It's happening right now. We just can't see it. But the people that have died have seen it. It's too late then. That Pope that said he was equal to God, where he at? In torments. Slow burning. That's where he at. Every Pope that came down the line, they all sitting right down there in torments. Talk to me till you blue in the face. That's where they sitting at. Burning. In agony. Wishing that flame would just consume them. Wishing they can get a moment of peace. That's their punishment. Punishment is different than punishment on earth. Every punishment on earth has a stopping point. That punishment never stops. You can lock somebody up for 10 years. 10 years is over. Lock them up for 20 years. 20 years is over. They got something to look forward to. You ain't going to have nothing to look forward to because you dreading something. Because when Judgment Day come, it's going to get worse. Because instead of just being on a slow burn, you're going to get thrown into a full flame furnace. How can that be better? That's what you got to look forward to. You get locked up, hey, I can get parole. Somebody beating you up. Sooner or later, they're going to get tired. If they don't get tired, then I'll die. The pain, I won't be getting beat up no more. I'll just die. But then look where you're going. Any pain on earth has a stopping point. See, human beings are resilient. We'll take pain if it gets us what we want. But what happens when you're sitting there in darkness and you're burning and you can't get comfortable and you can't see nothing? No child likes to be in darkness. They scared of the boogeyman. It's not a total darkness is not a good feeling for any human being. But you're going to be in darkness. You're going to be on fire and you're still going to be in darkness. And you don't have no hope. When you get to a point where you have no hope, what's left for you? If you have no hope, what else is there? Hope is what drives us. We hope that if we stay on our job long enough, we'll get that promotion. We hope that if we keep looking, we'll find that right mate. We hope that if we keep asking the car manufacturers to make that custom car we want, that we'll get it. We hope that if we keep our credit scores up, we can get a loan from the bank to buy that house we want. When you take away hope, you're dead. Totally. And when you are in Hades, torments, baby hell, whatever you want to call it, there is no hope. It's almost a kick in the face, a kick in the groin, a kick in the behind. That had to go stand up. It's like, man, I've been burning for daggone 2,000 years, and now what? Some people been burning for 3,000 years. Now I gotta come stand before you. What do you want? You gonna let me in? I know you ain't. I've been burning down here for 2,000 years. Well, ain't let me just keep burning. And then you give me some hope. And then you telling me I gotta go get in that daggone furnace over there. Like, man, I'm going from the frying pan and onto the grill. Like, what's going on here? You had me in the dark, dancing on the frying pan. Now you're going to throw me into the full flame. Like, man, that's right. But that's punishment. You got a choice not to go there. You got the choice. Devil ain't got the choice. You do. It's already written that he going. And he ain't had a chance to say, maybe I ought to stop. Leave these people alone and go back to doing what I was made to do? No. But yet you follow his lead. You follow his lead. A lot of people that I meet, I almost hate to meet people. Because I know I'm not going to see them. No, I'm not going to see them there. They can smile on my face all they want. I'm not going to see them there. They can show off their rings and the jewelry and I'm not going to see them there. They can show their fancy clothes and nice cars. I'm not going to see them there. And it makes you sad. And it makes me ask, Jesus, why can't I get them to see what I see? Why have you given me this knowledge and the desire to put it out there and nobody will take it? Why? That's torture right there. Why? With the climate that I'm in, why would I want to have a wife and children and know that no matter how much of influence I try to have on them, they got their own free will and they're going to do what they want to do? Do you know how many prominent people can't stand their children? And I'm just talking heathens. I raised them up, sent them to school, and he's out there being a biker. I didn't pay all that money for him to go to that beautiful college, and look at him now. He's out there hanging with the bums. I sent him to some of the best schools in the world, best parochial schools. And he's one of them priests accused of messing with the little boys. Where did I go wrong? All you can do is encourage and suggest. That's all you can do. And you got to realize that. I think of all the people that have come through my chat rooms. There's been a lot of them. Where do you think they're going to end up? Will there be a big reunion of the Brother Derrick Show and all this people that'll follow it? How many people will be there? I know I'm going to be there, but how many other people will be there? And as they go away and come back, every time they come back, it's a chance. Not a chance that they'll stay, but a chance that they'll listen to anything I say and put it in their life. It's a chance. So instead of focusing on those that won't make it, you have hope that those that do dip in and out, maybe they'll pick up something when they come. And you use that hope to drive on. But when you meet people that have no hope, you already know that they just not on fire yet. That's what you know. That time will come. And that's the truth. I don't just come here to come here. I come here for a reason. I don't just talk to be talking. People are always saying, I don't come into your chat because you too strict. I'm not strict. Just don't come in here with that foolishness. Leave that somewhere else. Because when you come here, you're going to get called out. And I can stand behind what I say. I know who I'm backed by. But you run. Because you're not backed by nobody. I take it back. The person that back you ain't going to back you up. He can't. You can send some of the best scholars in here, and they'll try to trip me up with scriptures and fancy words, and I'm just going to look at them and just ask them, what's your issue? What scripture? And we're going to look at it. And I'm going to tell them, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And let me tell you why. I mean, that's not tell you that. You don't know what you're talking about. But let me show you how. And bam, 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 bam. And you're going to look up. They're not going to be there anymore. Fancy words don't work on me. They don't. I'm always going to chop it down logically. What scripture are you talking about? Let's hear it. Let's go look at it. Because you recite it so well. What does that mean? Well, no, it don't. Who told you that? There's no way in the world you can sit there and say that out your mouth and mean it. You lying. Why are you lying to the people? I'm not lying. What you said didn't make any daggone sense. Let me tell you. A, B, C, D, E, F. Now explain your position again. That's why nobody can out-debate me. They can't. Because I break down everything they said on the spot. I read the whole Bible 5 times. You read it. Did you understand it? There's no way in the world you can sit there and do everything that Jesus said not to do, and then you sit here before me and say that you know Jesus better than I do. You's a daggone lie. There's no way in the world you can do everything that he said not to do, but you want to convince me that you know Jesus. You might know the scripture, but you don't know the spirit of the man, and he's not in you. It's not. He's not glowing in you. He don't know you. And come judgment day, you're going to be sitting there with your little Bible under your arm thinking, hey, 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 hey. And he's going to say, no. I don't know you. What do you mean? I've been teaching this word for years. I've got so many people that follow me. He's going to say, and sadly, they all going to follow you right into that furnace. Can't get more simpler than that. I'm not going to try to scare you or intimidate you. I'm just going to tell you the truth in black and white. In common man terms. So you can't say, well, I didn't understand what he was saying. What don't you understand? If you don't have Jesus in your heart, if you are not trying to do what he wants you to do, you're not going nowhere. How can I make it more simpler? What do you mean? I'm in church every Sunday. Hey, I go to Bible study. Yeah. They don't know you. They don't know you. And if they don't know you, you're going in that furnace. No, it's not. Look right here. St. Paul said what? Tell me where St. Paul said that you don't have to know Jesus. Tell me where he said you don't need to know Jesus. I'm listening. Show me one verse where he said you don't have to know Jesus. The New Testament, the whole basis of the New Testament is accepting the gift of grace from God. And to accept it, you must accept Jesus Christ into your heart, mind, and soul. And let him come in there and clean you up. The things I used to do. I couldn't imagine doing the things that I used to do. I'm glad that I have an alter ego. Because I couldn't do the things that I used to do, knowing what I know. If I had the choice to go out there and rob somebody or have my power cut off, I would have the power cut off. Because it wouldn't make sense to go out there and rob somebody. Because what's going to happen the next month? In the month after that? In the month after that? But if I'm doing what Jesus wants me to do, it might get cut off that month. But it won't get cut off again. If you have to go rob somebody or cheat somebody to get something, guess what? The next time you got to go do it again. So where do you profit at? If you got to go lie, cheat, and steal to maintain a certain level of convenience, what happens when the people don't fall for your lies or your cheating or your schemes no more? Where you at then? You got to come up with new ones, right? You got to come up with a new scam, a new hustle. You're not stable. You smiling at everybody, yeah, I got it all. And you're going home and you're worrying yourself to death. How am I going to cover this? They expect me to have this tomorrow. Oh, Lord. I don't know what to do. Just, oh, glory. Like I say, I'm being trolled on the new wrestling show by somebody called Dave 25. He wanted to know why we not doing this, why we not doing that. Told the man we limited because we're using a cell phone. Didn't matter. Showed him that everything he said we had. When we had the Wi-Fi, we had all that. We did stuff that he couldn't do. He was streaming in 2 and 4K. He's streaming at 1080, what we doing right now, but we doing 30 frames a second, and he's doing 60 frames a second. If you're doing 60 frames a second, the dumb idiot should know it takes double the data, bandwidth, and computer resources to do 60 frames a second. Why not just do 2K at 30 frames a second? We're not doing action. When we out there when we on the bike or we on a scooter and we out riding around, especially if I got one on my head, whenever you turn suddenly, if you in less than 34, actually it happens at 30 frames. 30 frames is good. But when you're doing a whole lot of moving, it's best to be at 48 to 60 frames a second. But if you just sitting here running the show, why would you need to have double the frames per second? That means that the computer is taking a picture of all this. It's taking 60 frames. Right now, we taking 30 frames a second, and it's making the video. If we have a problem with the data, we will lose frames. When you hear me say we dropping frames, that means that the computer cannot take those frames in a second. The data is messed up and maybe only taking 20 of them. It might only be taking 15 of them. It might only be taking 10 of them. And that messes with the video quality and the sound. It messes with that. That's why you get freezing or stuttering, or it might cut off. To do it at 60 frames is double the power, double the data, double the speed. If you can do that at 60 frames, why aren't you doing 2K at 30 frames? Anything less than 24 frames is abysmal, especially with any motion. 30 frames is good for motion. Now, if you're doing slow motion action shots, you underwater, or you on a roller coaster, you know what I mean? Or you jet skiing or something, where you're doing a lot of action. When you put it in slow mo, it looks really good at 60 frames a second. That's where you need it. But if you just sitting here, 24 is good. If you're doing a little bit of movement, then you want 30. I have a setting for 48 frames a second. Y'all probably saying, I don't understand what he's talking about. But I broke it down for you. Imagine you holding your phone and you taking a picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you doing it every second. You're taking 30 pictures a second. And then that same second, it's got to take 30 pictures and put it together to make a moving video. So you're making it, make the damn computer go out of control, taking that many images. But if you're not going to do slow motion, what good is it? Y'all know when y'all watch them videos and people be doing them action shots, they have them in slow motion. It looks better in 60 frames a second. The reason why the 4K setting on our 360 degree camera, when you're doing 360 degree, every time you move, you get that shimmer, that shake where it gets cloudy or bouncy. Now it's being split 4 ways, or not just one direction. It's being split 4 ways. So now, them frames a second are not. So if it says 24, it's not really 24. You got a front lens and a back lens. So now it's 12. It's 12 frames a second. Every time you move, it's going to get jittery and cloudy and blurry. And y'all see that in the videos. But you don't see that when we use the $15 camera. You see it more when we live stream. But this dude wants to say that because he live streams at 1080 at 60 frames a second, that he put 3,000 into his setup. We paid $100 for that computer. The OBS was free. We paid $40. No, yeah. Wait a minute. It's two sitting here. One, me and nobody cares, one half on, and the other one I just bought out myself. But they both were bought to be action cams. And I'm using one of them as a webcam. So that's not his first job. His job is to be an action cam. But we're using it as a webcam. It's a 4K camera. But we're not streaming in 4K. The system has to take in that 4K video. And that's why it looks so much better than the 1080 cam. It does. But the system is struggling with it. Everything else, we were doing 720, and that's doing 2160. That's putting a lot of stress on the PC and the phone to push it out. That's why you see me cloudy, or you'll see my face breaking up. It's struggling to push out that extra resolution. Now I could put the other one on, but you saw it make my eyes look red. But it's less stress on the PC and the phone. We could probably do 2K if I didn't use that camera. But then that means we're going to look, the screen is going to be extra crisp, and I'm going to look like crap. I'm going to be sitting there looking like a junkie with red eyes. Doesn't seem like a good trade-off. I'd rather sit here and look realistic than look like a daggone zombie. You say, why do I want to get a data box? What's a data box? I ain't never heard that one. You know, I realized that when we got the new phone system, that it's the cheapest and it's unlimited, so we can stream all day. They can't do nothing about it. We ain't got to worry about overages and nothing like that. That's the reason why, and it's something I can afford. You say, why do you want to get a data box? What is a data box? I never heard that term before. Data and box put together. But like I said, we do a lot with what we have. Because I don't focus on what I don't have. You know, I spent 4 hours. I should have been asleep. I spent 4 hours working on this PC. I spent 3 hours working on the camera. I can't get that fuzziness. It's a layer of fuzziness, and I don't know. It's the way the light hitting the green screen. I can't get rid of it. That picture is not clear. This picture you see me in, it is not clear. It looks good here. But watch what happens when I take it out. Oh, there it is. Minister Cam. We're going to take this out. And let's blow it up. Full screen. this picture is not clear. Look at it. It's some fuzziness that I can't get out. I've changed the lighting around. Now when I look here, y'all can't see this, but when I look here, everything looked fine except for the hat. But we come to the chroma key. This is how it looks without the green screen. This is how we look. This is just regular, and we still don't look good. This is regular without the green screen. Now you add the green screen, and you take it right there. If you look behind my shoulder, you can see something. See what? If you can see the mouse, I don't know if you see the mouse or not. But you can see there's some green over my shoulder. No matter what you do, you can't get rid of that. It's right here. No, it's over here. You can see that. It won't go nowhere. So, it's not in my best interest to be full screen. Look at how I look. But, if we got the right background and bring it down, the same way when you take a picture, when you push it out on your phone, that looks a lot better. It doesn't seem as bad, but you can still look and see the fuzziness right here. That layer won't go away. And I don't know if it's because I'm too close to the green screen, or is it the lighting? But you can see it's a layer. And because it's an action cam and not a webcam, when I go into the settings, I can't change it. Yeah, Liz said the gold was glistening up close. Well, that's the overhead light hitting it. That's how I had it rigged up. So, when I had the belt, everything would just glisten. And even the, even the badges will glisten. If you hold it up to the light, right? But that's how we had it rigged up. But like I said, this background, it makes up for. But the computer cannot process the 4K. If I minimize this, we was at 39%, 40%. I took out that picture and we down to 34%. So 6% is just running this camera. That's a lot. 6% is a lot. For those of you who say that's not a lot, yes it is. We running more than just the OBS. We're running the YouTube stream, the videos y'all asked me to send, the animations. If I stop doing the animations and I stop showing the video clips y'all send, we can do 2K all day. We get just enough data to get that done smoothly. But then that limits the show. What would you rather have, us sit here in 2K or be able to do the other things? What's more important? Seriously, what's more important? You gotta balance these things. What's more important? You have a guy telling me that my show sucks, which we've only done 5 shows now. We ain't even had a chance to get our feet wet. But he don't say the content suck. He say because there's no HD symbol showing. YouTube is not showing the HD symbol for 720. Ever since the CV outbreak, that's not showing up. So in his mind, I must be using 480 or 360, even though he can't really see anything wrong. But because of that, somebody's told him no HD symbol means you're not in HD. Now, we tighten up the encoder because, like I said, it's been struggling with my face. It still might be doing it. But I got it on DERRICK. And we are at 32 samples. And you can notice when you change something quick. The driver says he liked the big screen better. Well, would you rather see the stuff that I'm reading you or see your videos, or would you rather see my ugly mug on the screen? I'll ask the question. I'll put it to a vote. Would y'all rather see more of me on the screen? Because I can change it right here in front of you. Would you rather see more of me on the screen, or would you rather see the screen? Because, there are people, like TS. He got the chat taking up half the screen, and then he take up the top part and show you all the videos on the bottom. 2,000 people watching the show. But if I'm showing you something, I want you to be able to see it yourself. I don't want you to squint. I want you to be able to see it. Also, if I'm showing you another live stream, I want you to be able to see what the people in the chat are saying. If I got it this big, how are you going to see the screen and be able to read the chat? So I'm asking you, even though he got his chat taking up half the screen, right? Wow, and when he's showing a video or somebody, look at this fool here, why can't you see the chat? He got to tell you, that person said that, and that person, why you can't see it with your own eyes? Why you got to tell me? You might be lying. I want to know I want to see it. That's why I came up with this way. I noticed that Nat B used to have his chat up and True Freeman's chat up. I never asked him how to put up 2 different chats. I just wanted to put up my own. And he told me how. I didn't ask him how to do the dial chat. That's probably why he had a problem telling me. Oh, he ain't trying to copy me. The only reason why I have a chat above my head is in case somebody say, oh, I didn't come in there and say that. Well, we can go back and look on the video, because even if y'all block the person, this chat will not change. Even if the chat with the show is not there. Or sometimes it says chat was disabled. You can't disable this. This is there for a reason. We can go look. If you care enough, you'll sit here and say, it was around the 25th mark, and then we'll sit here. So can't nobody say, oh, the chat wasn't working or they were blocked. It's right there. That's why when the man said he wasn't here, yes, he was. I showed it to you. He was right here. Look above my head. He's still talking to me while I'm laying him out. Oh, that wasn't me. He was live. Look above my head. There he is. He can be live and be texting that woman about sex, but he can't come over here and say something smart. Hold on. The driver sent a link. Let me check it out real quick. Don't worry. I got that bookmark. It ain't going nowhere. Let me pull this link up real quick. Hold on a second. The driver says, BD, I wouldn't care what anybody think. The driver, if I cared about what people think, I would be running around kissing everybody's butt. That's not how you get anywhere. But if you can address something that somebody said, doesn't hurt to address it. Is that a device he used in his truck? All right, hold on a sec. Let's see here. What is it? Is discontinued. No, it ain't nothing. Okay, the driver, you said one of them mobile hotspots. The problem with that is there's a limitation on the gigabytes you can use, but I could get one, but they normally cost $40 or $50. I don't even know if they are for one. Let me see. Hold on, let me go to the company I use. No. Wait a minute. Do they have images? No. I'm looking. All right, visible hotspot device. How does a hotspot work on visible? There we go. This might answer your question, the driver. Yeah. Nope, I don't see a hotspot. Nope, I don't think they offer. I might can get a Verizon. Hold on. Come on, man. Plans include the following services: 1 gig of data for 30 days, 2 gigabyte, 4 gigabyte, 5 gigabyte, and 7 gigabyte. That's the problem with them plans. Do you realize that we use 400 gigabyte of data a month? 400 gigabyte. We use 400 gigabyte data a month. Sprint would throw us off if we tried to tether with them. Verizon would slow us down to a crawl. The only company that let us get up to 300 gigabyte a month was Metro. And they would cap us. You would hear me say, oh, look at this, slowing us down. Look at this. But and sometimes they cut us off. And we had to restart the show. But I tell you right now, AT&T and Verizon will just cut you. Sprint won't even let you tether. If we got the hotspot, it would help the show because that device is for delivering data. That's his job. Whereas the phone does so many other things. It's a phone. It got the camera. But their highest plan is 7 gigabyte. We would do that in one day. We literally will burn 7 gigabyte in one day. All right, we'll take the peep. It's the same thing, the driver. 1 gigabyte, 2 gigabyte, 4 gigabyte, 5 gigabyte, 7 gigabyte. The plan we have now is the only plan that allows us, no matter what you use, they can't cut you off. So we just read the program. It go up to 7 gigabyte. 7 gigabyte is nothing. You only realize this phone runs everything. Even when I'm not screaming. My computer is connected to the TV. I watch TV all day and night. We burn up over 300 gigabyte a month. Then when we go outside, this phone runs the 360-degree camera. So the phone don't even get a break when we leave the house. That's why when we had the two plans for $80, when we had the two phone plans for $80, I could switch the phones out. You know, if one phone got tired, we could switch them out. We can't do that now. Facebook. All right. Get 10 gigabyte for $35 a month. We will burn that in a day and a half or less. 45, 15 gigabyte, $55, 20 gigabyte, $75, 30 gigabyte. I keep telling you, where can you get one unlimited? I just looked on there. It didn't say, the price is right there. The highest they got is 30. And I can tell you that they throttle you when you hit 35. We do 300. But let's go back. I'm gonna give it a shot. Hold on a sec. Hold on. It says $29.99, 10 gigabit for $35. Video streams at 480p. But hold on. 45 for 15, 55 for 20, 75 for 30. Now the only advantage of this is that it's doing one thing. What's resources? Hey, the driver. We just had Metro. To get the hot spot, you have to buy a Metro phone. And we got 3 of them sitting here. But I'll call them and see, but that ain't gonna solve the problem. Because number one, they have a limit on them. Now you say you can get it unlimited. I haven't seen anywhere. Let me see. Let me see if they offer one. Let me go to the mark now. Shot. Why do you need all this information? Hold on a second, y'all. I'm going to chat and ask the question. Hold on a sec. And now you don't see nary picture. Whatever. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. And let me come back to y'all. And where is it? Image. Hey, I just realized something. It ain't showing up. Where is it? Stretch the screen. Yeah, where my little catch me symbol at? See how I got it invisible almost? You put that right there out the way. See that? Forgot about that. All right, here we go. All right. Yes. Where's the pen? Hold on a sec, girl. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me find this box real quick. I'm gonna put it in the closet. Man, you really gonna do me like that? You know you're wrong for that. Damn. Oh, this ain't it. Come on, man. Okay. All right. Hold on. I know I left it down here. Why don't I see it? I know I left it down here. Why am I not seeing it? Damn it. Hold on a second, yeah. Hold on, y'all. I'm talking to the agent. Y'all can follow the conversation. Y'all can follow the conversation. All right, y'all. If they can I might be able to use one of the other phones, and it might have a better antenna on it. So I'm trying to get the SIM unlock code, or the what do you say it was called? And then, talking. Yeah, the PIN or password for the SIM card. So he said we can do it another way. So I got the actual SIM ejection. Let me put some music on. more bass. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, the camera. Boy, if you take a battle load, I tell you, boy, this daggone devil, I ain't never seen the phone. Take this daggone long load. Trying to mess the stream up, you doing everything, ain't you? You mad, Mr. D? Are you mad, Mr. D? You might get this done. Are you mad, sir? Are you mad? I gotta ask you. Come on, man. What the next do? 3, 5, 6. Where's it at? What are you doing? Uninstall. Yes. We disconnected, y'all. But take it easy. Why do you keep trying to connect, man? Oh, that's why. I know why. Yeah, that's the problem. So you really gonna do this? You can't just let it go. Can't let it go, can you? I know. It's too much like right in it. You can't let it go, can you? Uninstall the app. Okay. What are you doing? I can't even see. What are you doing, man? 3, 5, 3. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you still gonna do it. You know what? We need to get rid of that app. I'm sorry, get on my nerves. Go to programs and features while he typing. I don't know if we still live, but we gotta get rid of this app. Because it's messing with the tethering. And it's a tethering app. That's why I can't get mad at it. It's doing its job. Uninstall. Just uninstall it, man. I ain't ask you all that. Uninstall it. Get it out of here. See if that guy said anything in. Okay. Thank you. Get that out of here. Now, we should have no problem. Turn that one off. How many phones do we have? Let's try this one. I didn't try it there. Let's see. Stand it. Stand it. Hold on a second, y'all. Like I say, y'all can look and see what's going on. I know it's boring, but just give me a second here. I know we had a cutoff. Oh, we went over 6 hours. Oh, Lord. All right, y'all. I'm here. I'm texting with this tech. I pulled out every phone I got, and they can't find one that's compatible. I pulled out every phone I got and gave him the EMEI number. So now I'm trying to see what kind of budget phones that they have. Alrighty, y'all. Immortal E6. So you got any particular card? Horizon. Figured that. I'm sorry. I don't know if y'all can see this or not. Back. All right, y'all, I'm trying to negotiate here. Let me pull the chat up. Check on everybody. Hey y'all, I'm still here. Are we still live? I'm trying to work out a deal with this tech here. Yeah, we still live streaming. We on 7 hours. Oh my God, it's 12:30 in the morning. I'm trying to work out a deal with this tech here. He's we went through every one of the phones. We went through 6 phones here. And he's saying none of them are compatible. 6 phones. He's saying none of them are compatible. Then he said, can he suggest a couple? I said, sure. Because I can go on eBay and look them up. Then he was like, you're going to have to make sure the ESN number. So that means not only do I have to find the exact phone, I got to find somebody that's willing to tell me the ESN number, which is going to be something in itself. I don't understand how come Metro PCS just asked for the ESN and there you go. They ain't never came back and said the phone is locked. They just put the ESN in there and there you go. What's up with this company that they keep worrying about? Oh, this not showing up. They just Metro put it in the computer and go, is it on? Oh, you said you can't read any of it? Oh, I thought y'all be able to see it. Is there a way to make it bigger? That make it bigger? No, that made it smaller. Hey, what happened? No, that don't make it bigger. You really gonna do me like that? Take us all the way to the beginning. Yeah, we haven't been talking a long time. Well, I want to go to the bottom. Come on, man. Pissing me off now. Thing still scrolling. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will. Alrighty, y'all, let's get back to the show. I done tried everything I can think of. There's a song called Mercy Said No. I'm singing this song. It's called The Devil Said No. You said it's blurred. I'm looking here. It looks fine. I can see the guy typing. I'm looking at this screen. I'm looking. I'm not looking at it like this. I'm looking at it like this. And I can look in there. I see it perfectly. Let me restart the radio. Just to be sure. We're only using 6. Yeah, we're using 35% of the PC. All right, he just said something. Hold on. Now that I helped you. I got 2 windows. Oh, I got 2 windows open. I'm sorry. All right, let's see his final thoughts, and then we'll call it a day. Let me see his final message. All right. You too. And we are out. All right. In chat. Yes. Confirm in chat. Close chat. All right, man. You just said that. Damn. I'm on my nerves now. Okay, and we can delete that. Okay, now, this page stopped. So I apologize to y'all because we were here. Now, this is what the page we were on. The guy was trying to talk me into getting a better phone. I was just asking him, what's the phone got the best radio on it? They need to fix their website for real. Oh, Lord, the computer froze. You know what? We're going to leave it alone. Get I back out of here. Something about their website. They need to, yeah, like I said, it's a reason why they're the cheapest. This is definitely like low budget. Let me tell you. The daggone website froze the computer. So we're gonna leave that alone. Anyway, the guy was saying to check out the Samsung S8 or the Moto E6. The Moto E6 I almost bought. The Moto E6 is not expensive. Unlocked. So it doesn't matter the brand. You just want it unlocked. Now let's scroll down here. Here you go with the bull crap. Come on now. There's one for 55. There's one for 64. There's one for 55. There's one for 49. This is an auction. I got 6 days left on it. Forget that. That's 55. $11, $12 shipping. So that's like 50, 56. This one is 45. 69, 79, 75. I don't buy no Sprint phone. Skip that. I don't buy no damn Sprint phone. 59. They got the wrong picture there, but 45, 55. Parts only. You knew that was a problem. 109, 93, 75. I'm just looking at the prices, y'all. You always look at the prices real quick, then you come back up, and then you come back down, and then you just put the price. What are you looking to spend? No more than $50. Go. Don't even want to spend that. Now we get to get a good look. Pre-owned. Does it show the MEI? That's the question. Come on, we ain't got all night, man. Come on. That's an E5. It says unlock. Doesn't say what the MEI is. Okay, back out. All right, this is $50. Now here we go. What's the catch? Network locked. I typed in, how can you say it's unlocked when it says network locked? You know what? I'm just going to just chill. I'm going to just chill. All right, let's get back to the show. Is anybody still here? I don't know how we get into these things, y'all. I don't know how we get into these things. I really don't. Yeah. So we didn't cut off? I thought we had cut off at one point, and I was hoping so. Because now this show is in the hands of YouTube computer. Because we went over the 7-hour limit. The good news is we ain't showed no videos. the good news is we haven't shown any videos. So we shouldn't have any copyrights. Hey, y'all, we've been here almost 8 hours. How do we do it? How do we do it? It's 12 o'clock and I'm not done. We got sidetracked. That was a big sidetrack. Hope I didn't delete it. Ain't it? All right, we got to deal with the resurrection. Let's see if we can hurry this up here. I know y'all want to go sleep. Let me, Now let's see. You heard what I said. Let's see what they say. The resurrection, The resurrection of Jesus Christ is the foundation of the Christian faith. Without the resurrection, the belief in God's saving grace through Jesus is destroyed. When Jesus rose from the dead, he confirmed his identity as the Son of God and his work of atonement, redemption, reconciliation, and salvation. The resurrection was a real, literal, physical raising of Jesus' body from the dead. Jesus was arrested, tried, and found guilty of claiming to be a king. His body was hung on a cross between two thieves. After his death, Jesus' body was wrapped in linen cloth and placed in a tomb with a large stone rolled across the opening. On the third day, and early Saturday morning, Mary Magdalene and another Mary came to the tomb and found it empty. Sitting on the rolled away stone was the angel of the Lord, who told them not to be afraid because Jesus has risen. As the women left to tell the disciples, Jesus Christ met them and showed them his nail-pierced hands. Both the Old and the New Testament speak of the truth of the Jesus being raised from the dead. Jesus testified of his resurrection before he died on the cross, and his disciples witnessed his body after the resurrection. Below are the Bible scriptures and verses that both prophesize of the resurrection and testify to the reality after Jesus' death. Matthew 28. After the Sabbath, at dawn on the first day of the week, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to look at the tomb. There was a violent earthquake, for an angel of the Lord came down from heaven and going to the tomb, rolled back the stone and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning and his clothes were white as snow. The guards were so afraid of him that they shook and became like dead men. The angel said to the women, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you are looking for Jesus who was crucified. He is not here, for he has risen, just as he said. Come and see the place where he lay. Then go quickly and tell his disciples he has risen from the dead and is going ahead of you into Galilee. There you will see him. Now I have told you." So the women hurried away from the tomb, afraid yet filled with joy, and ran to tell the disciples. Suddenly Jesus met them. "Greetings," he said. They came to him, clasped his feet, and worshiped him. Then Jesus said to them, "Do not be afraid. Go and tell my brothers to go to Galilee. There they will see me." While the women were on their way, some of the guards went into the city and reported to the chief priests everything that had happened. When the chief priests had met with the elders and devised a plan, they gave the soldiers a large sum of money, telling them, "You are to say his disciples came during the night and stole him away while we were asleep. If this report gets to the governor, we will satisfy him and keep you out of trouble." So the soldiers took the money and did as they were instructed. This story has been widely circulated among the Jews to this very day. Then the 11 disciples went to Galilee, to the mountain where Jesus told them to go. When they saw him, they worshipped him, but some doubted. Then Jesus came to them and said, "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am with you always to the very end of the age. When the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and Salome bought some spices so they might go to anoint Jesus' body. Very early on the first day of the week, just after sunrise, they were on their way to the tomb. And they asked each other, who will roll the stone away from the entrance of the tomb? But when they looked up, they saw that the stone, which was very large, had been rolled away. As they entered the tomb, they saw a young man dressed in a white robe sitting on the right side, and they were alarmed. Don't be alarmed, he said. You're looking for Jesus, the Nazarene, who was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. See the place where they laid him. But go tell his disciples and Peter, he's going ahead of you into Galilee. There you will see him just as he told you. Trembled and bewildered, the women went out and fled from the tomb. They said nothing to anyone because they were afraid. When Jesus rose early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had driven 7 demons. She went and told those that had been with him and who were mourning and weeping. When they heard that Jesus was alive and that she had seen him, they did not believe it. Afterwards, Jesus appeared in a different form to 2 of them while they were walking in the country. These returned and reported it to the rest, but they didn't believe him either. Later, Jesus appeared to the 11 as they were eating. He rebuked them for their lack of faith and their stubborn refusal to believe those who had seen him after he had risen. He said to them, go into all the world and preach the gospel to all creation. Whoever believes and is baptized will be saved, but whoever does not believe will be condemned. And these signs will accompany those who believe. In my name, they will drive out demons, they will speak in new tongues, they will pick up snakes with their hands, and when they drink deadly poison, it will not hurt them at all. They will place their hands on the sick people and get well. After the Lord Jesus had spoken to them, he was taken up to heaven and sat at the right hand of God. Then the disciples went out and preached everywhere, and the Lord worked with them and confirmed his word by the signs that accompanied it. So we read 2 different accounts. We just read 2 different accounts of the gospel. We still got 2 to go. Remember what I said? Some people are more thorough than others. You see what I mean? Something might get left out, and then somebody else does the same account. Something might seem added in, but they all say the same thing. This is what you got to look at. When you got 4 different accounts, you got to look at the continuation. Do they all flow together? Does somebody contradict what somebody else said? One person was thorough. He said there was an angel that moved the stone out the way, and he was sitting on it. This account says the stone was already moved away, and he was sitting inside the tomb. Both accounts have an angel there. An angel moved the tomb. Are they so far apart? Or does it sound like one person heard the story, another person heard the same story, and they wrote down what they thought they remembered? But there's enough continuosity there that you can't say, well, this person contradicted that person. Was there an angel there? Did the angel move the stone? Did the angel tell the ladies, are you looking for Jesus? Y'all hear what I'm saying? Now you got some people, some men that are upset because Jesus appeared to Mary first and not them. All 4 people ain't going to focus on Mary because women were considered less than men, and it was insulting to think that the Messiah came to a woman first. We covered the story of Mary Magdalene, the Gospel of Mary, and it made Mary look like Jesus had more favor with her than the other 12 disciples. They still argue about that to the day. Now, one person was very thorough with the ladies. Another person was very abrupt with the ladies. Get them in, get them out. One person took the time and broke it down. The other person couldn't leave Mary out. Somebody else, I ain't gonna give no praise to no woman. I mentioned it because I got to, but you don't know what the men were thinking at that time. So here's the third one. On the first day of the week, very early in the morning, the women took the spices they had prepared and went to the tomb. They found the stone rolled away from the tomb. But when they entered, they did not find the body of the Lord Jesus. While they were wondering about this, suddenly 2 men in clothes that gleamed like lightning. Now the first person said that they had clothes that gleamed like lightning. In their fright, the women bowed down with their faces to the ground, but the men said to them, "Why do you look for the living among the dead? He is not here, he is risen. Remember how he told you while he was still with you in Galilee. The Son of Man must be delivered over to the hands of sinners, be crucified, and on the third day be arisen again." Then they remembered his words. When they came back from the tomb, they told all these things to the 11 and to all the others. It was Mary Magdalene, Joanna, Mary the mother of James, and the others with them who told this to the apostles. But they did not believe the women because their words seemed to them like nonsense. Peter, however, got up and ran to the tomb. Bending over, he saw strips of linen lying by themselves, and he went away, wondering to himself what had happened. Now that same day, 2 of them were going to a village called Emmaus, about 7 miles from Jerusalem. They were talking with each other about everything that had happened. As they talked and discussed these things with each other, Jesus himself came up and walked along with them, but they were kept from recognizing him. He asked them, "What are you discussing together as you walk along?" They stood still, their faces downcast. One of them, named Cleopas, asked him, "Are you the only one visiting Jerusalem who does not know the things that have happened there in these days?" "What things?" he asked. "About Jesus of Nazareth," they replied. "He was a prophet, powerful in word and deed before God and all the people. The chief priests and our rulers handed him over to be sentenced to death, and they crucified him. But we had hoped that he was the one who was going to redeem Israel. And once more, it is the third day since all this took place. In addition, some of our women amazed us. They went to the tomb early this morning, but did not find his body. They came out and told us they seen a vision of an angel who said he was alive. Then some of our companions went to the tomb and found it just as the women had said. They did not see Jesus. He said to them, "How foolish you are, and slow to believe that all the prophets have spoken. Did not the Messiah have to suffer these things and then enter his glory?" And beginning with Moses and all the prophets, he explained to them what was said in all of the scriptures concerning himself. As they approached the village to which they were going, Jesus continued on if he was going farther. But they urged him strongly, "Stay with us, for it is nearly evening. The day is almost over." So he went in and stayed with them. When he was at the table with them, he took bread, gave thanks, broke it, and began giving to them. Then their eyes were opened and they recognized him, and he disappeared from their sight. They asked each other, "Were our hearts not burning within us while he talked with us on the road and opened the scriptures to us?" They got up and returned at once to Jerusalem. They found the 11 and those with them assembled together. and saying, "It is true, the Lord has arisen and has appeared to Simon." Then the two told what happened on the way and how Jesus was recognized by them when he broke bread. While they were still talking about this, Jesus himself stood among them and said to them, "Peace be with you." They were startled and frightened, thinking they saw a ghost. He said to them, "Why are you troubled? Why do doubts rise in your mind? Look at my hands and feet. It is myself. Touch me and see. A ghost does not have flesh and bones, as you see I have." When he said this, he showed them his hands and feet. And while they still did not believe it because of joy and amazement, he asked them, "Do you have anything here to eat?" They gave him a piece of broiled fish, and he took it and ate it in their presence. He said to them, "This is what I told you while I was still with you. Everything must be fulfilled that is written about me in the law of Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms." Then he opened their minds so they could understand the scriptures. He told them, "This is what it is written. The Messiah will suffer and rise from the dead on the third day, and repentance for the forgiveness of sins will be preached in his name to all nations, beginning at Jerusalem. You are witnesses of these things. I am going to send you what my Father has promised, but stay in the city until you have been clothed with the power from on high." When he had led them out to the vicinity of Bethany, he lifted up his hands and blessed them. While he was blessing them, he left them and was taken up into heaven. Then they worshiped him and returned to Jerusalem with great joy. And they stayed continually at the temple, praising God. So that's the third account. That was Luke. And John is the last one. And anybody have any comments so far? Anybody got any comments? I know it's late. Let's hurry up and get this last one in, and then I'll let y'all go. Early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb and saw that the stone had been removed from the entrance. So she came running to Simon Peter and the other disciple, the one Jesus loved, and said, "They have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we don't know where they have put him." So Peter and the other disciple started for the tomb. Both were running, but the other disciple outran Peter and reached the tomb first. He bent over and looked in at the strips of linen lying there, but did not go in. Then Simon Peter came along behind him and went straight into the tomb. He saw the strips of linen lying there, as well as the cloth that had been wrapped around Jesus' head. The cloth was still lying in its place, separate from the linen. Finally, the other disciple who reached the tomb first also went inside. He saw and believed. They did not understand from Scripture that Jesus had to rise from the dead. They still did not understand. So, let's go back. Now, John says, early on the first day of the week while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb and saw that the stone had been removed from the entrance. So she came running to Simon Peter and the other disciple, the one Jesus loved, so that's John himself, and said, "They have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we don't know where they have put him." So Peter and the other disciple started for the tomb. Both were running, but the other disciple outran Peter and reached the tomb first. So John reached the tomb first. He bent over and looked in at the strips of linen lying there, but did not go in. Then Simon Peter came along behind him and went straight into the tomb. He saw the strips of linen lying there, as well as the cloth that had been wrapped around Jesus' head. Finally, the other disciple, I lost myself, hold on. Finally, the other disciple who had reached the tomb first also went inside. He saw and believed. They still did not understand from the Scripture that Jesus had to rise from the dead. Then the disciples went back to where they were staying. Now Mary stood outside the tomb crying. As she wept, she bent over to look into the tomb and saw two angels in white seated where Jesus' body had been, one at the head and the other at the foot. They asked the woman, "Why are you crying?" "They have taken my Lord away," she said, "and I don't know where they have put him." At this, she turned around and saw Jesus standing there, but she did not recognize it was Jesus. He asked the woman, "Why are you crying? Who is it you're looking for?" Thinking he was the gardener, she said, "Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have put him, and I will go get him." Jesus said to her, "Mary." She turned toward him and cried out in Arabic, "Rabboni," which means teacher, or what they call rabbi. Jesus said, "Don't hold on to me, for I have not yet ascended to the Father. Go instead to my brothers and tell them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." Mary Magdalene went to the disciple with the news, "I have seen the Lord," and she told them that he said these things to her. On the evening of the first day of the week, when the disciples were together with the doors locked in fear of the Jewish leaders, Jesus came and stood among them and said, "Peace be with you." After this, he showed him his hands and sides. The disciples were overjoyed when they saw the Lord. Again, Jesus said, "Peace be with you. As the Father has sent me, I am sending you." And with that, he breathed on them and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit. If you forgive anyone's sins, their sins are forgiven. If you do not forgive them, they are not forgiven." Now Thomas, also known as Didymus, one of the 12, was not with the disciples when Jesus came. So the other disciples told him, "We've seen the Lord." But he said to them, "Unless I see the nail marks in his hands, and put my finger where the nails were, and put my hand into his side, I will not believe." A week later, his disciples were in the house again, and Thomas was with them. Though the doors were locked, Jesus came in and stood among them and said, "Peace be with you." Then he said to Thomas, "Put your finger here. See my hands. Reach out your hand and put it to my side. Stop doubting and believe." Now, that's where the phrase "doubting Thomas" come from. Thomas said to him, "My Lord and my God." Then Jesus told him, "Because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet believe." Jesus performed many other signs in the presence of his disciples, which are not recorded in this book. But these are written so that you may believe that Jesus is the Messiah, the Son of God, and that by believing you may have life in his name. So we looked at all four depictions of the same thing. Notice none of them are the same, but they all say the same thing. Some of you that have had children, some of you that teach, some of you that are bosses, y'all know that when something happened and you trying to find out what happened, you can have 4 people that were there and they all will give you 4 different interpretations of what happened. And as you decipher what was said, you look what was in common. And you make your decision on who you're going to punish or reward based on the recollections you were given, and you try to decipher fact and fiction. What are they agreeing on? What do they disagree on? If what they disagree on, does that make them look bad? And maybe that's why they're a little different. Then you'll interview other witnesses. Well, such and such told me this what happened. And once again, story might sound similar, or it might sound way out left field, but you are able to make a decision. All 4 of these disciples wrote down what they thought had happened. Some things they say are different, but the majority of what they say blends in. Now, whether the angel was sitting on the stone when the women got there, obviously he moved it. whether he was sitting inside. To get in there, he did what? He moved it. One account says that Jesus was sitting inside. Another account from another person says that the stone was already moved, and when they got in there, 2 angels appeared in white with lightning. The first account said the angel was sitting in stone with lightning. Doesn't make a difference. You still got somebody in white there. Two accounts mention the soldiers. Some don't. The other 2 don't. One account says the soldiers were bribed to go tell the people so that they didn't get in trouble. They were told that the disciples came in there while all 4 of them were asleep. Trained soldiers. They're supposed to protect the tomb so that they don't come at night. All 4 of them laying there asleep, and they heard men move that big rock and carry that body out. And nobody heard a peep. It was just sound asleep. Whatever. We can't. It didn't work. It didn't work. They still ain't found that body. We celebrate Easter because Jesus had to do what he had to do. He died on that cross to absorb your sins if you ask him. Right now, in our current state, and see, a lot of people will say to me, well, why did you say that it's the Father, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit? The Holy Spirit is the Spirit of God. Jesus Christ likens himself. God didn't say it. He likened. He chose to not be equal to God, but to say, look, I'm going to take the lesser role. I'm going to be the sidekick. I'm going to be the Robin to your Batman. For our sake. Jesus has been doing the work. Y'all would say, well, it doesn't make any sense. If you got somebody that's perfect and holy, they cannot be around people who are incapable of being perfect and holy. This is why Jesus' followers should not be around demonic people. If God himself won't do it, why do we do it? Well, I can still be around these daggone drug dealers and I can still be holy. I can sit here and drink and have sex with them, and then once I leave, I go back to being holy. God won't even do that. He made Jesus to be a separate being, an alter ego, and he deals with us. God can't stand sin. And he's not going to be around sinners. So Jesus is like the BROTHA road to God. I can't sit around a bunch of half-dead people. I can't sit around a bunch of thugs. BROTHA can, and beat them all up too. It's a different side. the Father gets to stay up on his throne and let Jesus and the angels do their work. Remember, the demons are fallen angels. They are the assistants to God. When you want to get something done right, you got to do it yourself. So God created another being. And that being can crack the whip. That being can get down and dirty. Jesus said, I didn't come to do away with the word. I came to enforce it. And I came with a sword. And when he do come back for that battle, he will have a flaming sword come out of his mouth. And he's going to cut down every heathen. People don't realize that it's coming. They're not going to realize that it's coming. They're not going to even see him coming because they ain't looking for him. They too busy worried about what's the number going to be tomorrow. They too busy worried about, look at that pretty car I'm going to get. They too busy worried about, I got to get the newest iPhone. They too busy worried about, I got to get in that house because I want to be on the lifestyles of the rich and famous. They too busy watching Love and Hip Hop and Basketball Wives and the Housewives of Toronto and North Carolina and New York, and everybody's trying to get something on this earth, not realizing earth is a pit stop. That's all it is. It's a pit. It was meant to be a paradise. Instead, it's a training ground. It went from being paradise to being a training ground. And now you are in training. And you're in war. Whether you want to admit it or not, you are in a war. Jesus and God want you to come be in paradise with them and the angels. That's what they want. The devil wants you to worship him. He wants to be God. And he can't. But he can take you and keep you from going. He's angry. Him and his demons were thrown out of heaven. They're angry. I want y'all to imagine that. They're angry. He knows what's going to happen to him and he can't stop it. So guess what? He wants you to go with him. And the way the world was going, there was no need for Jesus to come back and beat up the Romans and the Babylonians. In another 50 years, the people would have forgotten about God and Jesus again and would be doing the same stuff. And tell me I'm lying. Look at how the world is now. So why should he keep fixing the mistakes we make and we never pay for them? We're going through something right now. And y'all say I'm crazy because I say that the government ain't doing enough. They should have locked everything down. But all they could talk about is, we're going to reopen and we can get the economy going. And so the economy is more important than human beings' lives. Well, we can't shut the borders because then the other countries can't make no money. And then they're going to ask back for the money that we gave them. Well, give them the money. They got something on you. You kicking out $2 trillion. You can't give China back their money and say you can't come in here. We ain't buying your goods. We'll make our own. Hey, Saudi Arabia, we owe you money. But guess what? We ain't buying no more oil. But we'll pay you back. Can't tell the Japanese. We'll be all right without your Toyotas. We'll drive Buicks and Fords till you clean yourself up. When you got no cases, we'll come over there. And we're going to send scientists when you say you ain't got none. And if they come back and they get sick, we know you still got it. We ain't doing no business with you until you get rid of all your cases. Then we'll do business with you. Till then, we'll make everything here. For the people that don't have jobs right now, woo, child, they be begging you. They'll be begging old folks to come out of the nursing home. Come on, can you still work? Come on back out here. Come on, Gramps. There'll be so many job opportunities. You think because we set the government down, people still ain't going to want the latest and greatest things. People still ain't going to want to have the best technology. There'll be so many jobs we can't fill them. Job rate would be none. Everybody would have a job. He'd be begging off the street. Hey, come here. You still doing them jobs? Come on in here, man. Why don't you go make an honest living? Come on, make an honest living. Come on. I know you ain't been to college. Who cares, man? I need some bodies. Come on in here, help me manufacture these goods. I'm backed up. Homeless people. Hey, come on in here. I'll take you. I'm going to keep my eye on you because you might steal something, but I'll take you. You want a job? You tired of begging? Come on in here. I don't care. Just wash. Take a bath. I'll even put a shower in here where y'all can come in here early. Y'all can shower. I have some razors in there. You can shave. I even have some clothes from the Goodwill you can put on. You can come in here and work and earn a decent living. You ain't got to beg all day. Come on in here. That's what will happen. And the problem is the people that make the most money now, they ain't going to seem special. They're not going to seem special. What's special about them? If it's demand and you have little workers, the workers can demand more money so people will live better. So the few people that's making a couple dollars, that's styling and profiling, you're going to have a lot more people making money. Because the manufacturing jobs are not going to be shipped over. So you don't even need a college degree. Can you put this into that and put that into that? All right, and do it again. There you go, do it again. That's your job. Do it again. You don't need no brain power for that. Hey, put this in here, clamp it down, hey, close it out, put it up, do it again. Put it in, clamp it down, put it in, clamp it down. You can't do that. People in China do it. Got a whole lot of people that can sew. They can sit there and sew them gang costumes and do rags. But why we can't make them ourselves? Well, where you got to buy them? We can't make it ourselves. Here you go. Put a little T on here for you. There you go for T-Rock. There you go, T-Rock. Brand new bandana for you. Come on. $10. Come on. Well, why you got to order the material from China and have them do it? Yeah, come on. Come on, China, man. Put T-Rock on there. Come on. Well, we can't do it. I'm just asking. I would never tell anybody to live in fear. But what is my fear? Without Jesus Christ. Then I'll be afraid. But as long as I got Jesus in my life, what is there to fear? What is there to fear? Life on earth is going to end. life on earth as we know it today, it will end. Somebody once came in here and said, why don't you go take to the streets and take on all these evil people in the world? And I answered them, when we gonna go? Huh? When are we gonna go? Name the time, name the place, the time. When we gonna go? What do you mean we gonna go? No, you gonna go. That's the problem. It don't make sense for me to go if there's nobody with me. See, they'll just gang up on me and take me out. Even though it's only 20 of them and one of me. But on every one of your blocks, there are hundreds of good people that don't do nothing and let these 20 people just run everything. If a bunch of us got together, we can go clean house. I can tell you right now, Hell's Angels is the biggest, and it's no offense to the Hell's Angels. I'm not picking you out. You're just the biggest one. They the biggest motorcycle gang in the world. The world. But if the people where they at pick up a baseball bat or a golf club, there ain't no more Hell's Angels. They can ride as many cycles as they want. They get the crap beat out of them. They go for any gang. Very few countries can handle our military. Why we not running the world? Because we letting a few dictators. Do you know how fast we could take out South Korea? North Korea. Do you know how fast we could take out Kim Jong-un? Whatever his name is, Kim Jong-un. U.S. military could take out their whole island in less than a day. Hours. But why don't they? Because of the United Nations is why they won't. So we could go take out Jung Kung-un right now. But we won't. Let's be honest. Russia and China are the only countries that could even give us a hint of trouble. Maybe the UK. But the way they handle the terrorists, I'm not sure about the UK. I'm not sure about their military. You know? I don't know if they got the heart for it. But just think about it. I include them. You got the UK. You got China. You got Russia. There's nobody on this planet that can give us a serious run for the money. But yet, we have to listen to what North Korea says. At the United Nations, we have to sit down and listen to what Japan says. We got to listen to what Turkey says and Saudi Arabia. It's the same way on the street. Well, you know, I'll go out there and do something, but all I'm going to do is get arrested, and the ones that survive is going to kill my family, and so, you know, just don't do nothing and just be peaceful and just pretend you don't see it. How many countries do we have treaties with where they treat their people like dogs? And we know it. But they might have some oil we want. They might have some diamonds we want. They might have some cheap labor. And we just turn our heads. Look at what happened in Africa when they was doing all that killing. Didn't nobody want to go in there and do nothing. Nobody wanted to do anything. Look at that movie that somebody had us play that one night. The African movie. But they were just killing people just because they were the same people. They just had a different tribe name. And instead of being Wajabe, they were Wakabe. And yet, one got bigger than the other, got more power than the other, and they started killing off the people for no reason at all. And nobody will help. And the people from the United Nations, if I saw that man with that gun one more time waving it around and wouldn't do anything, because the United Nations told him that he could not get involved. Why was he there? If he couldn't do anything, why you send him? I'm just asking the question. Somebody tell me. Why would you send in soldiers and tell them they can't do anything? But this is what I mean when I say this is how you let little people control big people. I'm sorry, if even if you ain't trying to kill me, if I'm standing between you and somebody else and you still coming and I got a gun in my hand, if I don't blow your head off, I'm a damn fool. But I can only wave it. Get back, get back, get back. By the order of the United Nations, you must get back. If I'm a rebel, you think I care about the United Nations? Just answer the question. If I'm a rebel, do I care what the United Nations says? I'm going against my own nation. Why do I care about what some other nations think? I'm just thinking in the moment. And in the moment, kill. You sitting there waving your gun and you ain't doing nothing with it. We're going to kill you, dummy. We're going to take your gun and shove it down your throat. I'm just being honest. All right, y'all. It's 1:33 in the morning. We had a long show. But the purpose of this show was to give honor and praise to Jesus Christ for doing something that he did not have to do. But you got to remember something. They want you to come to them. They tired of begging you. They're not going to beg you. They're just going to say, hey, you're coming, you're coming. We've done the greatest sacrifice for you. This is something that you should never forget, even though you don't even think about it. And that was the problem. The Israelites, great miracles be done, took out all your enemies, everything fine, and then they forget. Next generation always comes along, and guess what? They forget. And they go right back. It's amazing they can't remember why the last thing happened, why the last bad thing happened. They can't remember that until the next bad thing. So God, take the protection away. You don't want to follow me? Do it yourself. Then they moan and cry. Feel sorry for them. All right, Jesus, go down there and help them out. Take Gabriel and Michael with you, the archangel. Go down there and help them out. Years later, they ain't forgot again. And this is the problem. And the priests that they put down there, they don't keep reminding the people. That's what their job is, to remind the people. Well, now you got something they don't have. You got Jesus, one, and you can go buy a Bible yourself. They couldn't do that. They didn't have neither one. They might have had Jesus right there with him in the cloud, but even with him there, I mean, what better can you get than that? Nope. Didn't matter to them. They're going to do what they want to do. And that's what us human beings do. We do what we want to do. And I keep bringing the point home, hoping that it sticks. Because as soon as you turn this off, you're going to go do what you want to do. Tell the truth. Some of you probably just left me on and already doing what you want to do. Probably over there in the roast sector, cheering somebody on. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. I just hope the things that I say stick. You know, some people will say it's all about the money. What person you know with money has eternal life? What person you know with money has lived forever? When you answer that question, I'll get on that bandwagon. Find me somebody who's lived forever. I ain't seen a person. Have you? With all that talk about the New World Order and Illuminati and all that, you know one person that lived for 300-400 years and ain't died? Anybody? Somebody? Show them to me. That's all you need right there. You know, we went and looked at, dealt with the phone company tonight. Does it really matter? Is whether or not I get the Wi-Fi back on, or whether or not I get a better computer, ain't gotta be new, but a better computer, whether or not we get a good 360-degree camera to stream on. Does any of that really matter? No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Because if you really enjoyed the 360-degree streams, y'all would have been put up the money for the camera. If y'all were really bothered by the quality, y'all would have kept your word that you gave me, that y'all was going to pay the Wi-Fi bill. We would have never lost it in the first place. So you didn't care. I'm going to try and work out a deal. But first, I want to see if that place is still available. It's 2 places that I saw. If they still available, we're going to head there. If I can't get none of them places, they all gone before the stimulus comes and this goes away, I'll just move right there. It'll only cost me the price of moving. Because the man said the places are smaller than what I have right now, so it should be cheaper. I told him I'd pay him the same money. But if he goes $600, then that's $25 back in my pocket a month. And I'll be on the first floor, and I won't have to worry about breaking this thing down. And I'll be going outside a lot more. We'll be on a side where we have a walk, and you can actually come outside and sit rather than coming out to an alleyway. If that's the best that I can do right now, then that's better than what I got right now. I won't be over top of nobody, and nobody won't be under me. But I do know that there's a basement. There's something under that apartment. There's nothing under, except for, the apartment I used to live in, and then that's the ground level. But there's another, because it's a hill. I told you, it's a hill. There's something underneath that apartment, and I'm wondering, is the kitchen and bathroom downstairs? Is there a downstairs? I'm wondering. Or does it extend out? I don't know. I don't know. But I do like how the door is not dead center. The door is off to the side so that you could put your bed and stuff on one side, and when somebody opens the door, they cannot just see everything because it's smack in the middle of everything. So I like that. But like I said, if there are no stairs, then, I'm going to be it's going to be a walk to the dumpster, let me tell you. Because it's a gate here and they got it closed, so you can't walk through the gate and then be in the courtyard. I'm going to have to walk all the way around and get to the dumpster, or walk all the way around this way and get to, yeah, it's better to go this way. So either way, I'm going to have to ride all the way around to get to the dumpster. But if there is a basement underneath, and just like it's a laundry room here, if it's one over there, then I'll be able to just walk downstairs and go to the laundry room. And I only have to share it with 3 other people, 3 other families, versus having to share it with 12 other families. That's why I hate to go down there. It's only a handful of machines, and they always going, you know. So like I said, would be nice, and won't have to worry about nobody trying to stash nothing in there. And so, like I said, whatever happens, it's going to happen. You and I don't know what's going to happen. But trust me, Jesus and God know. Because if push come to shove, and I don't have to go nowhere, I only got another 2-3 years before I come up on the public housing. I lived 3 years. I lived 3 years here. 3 more years won't kill me. I can get to my doctors. Now we haven't tried to get to the we haven't tried to get to the other ones yet. But we haven't tried to get to the other hospital yet, to cardiologist. We haven't got there yet. And I'm going to try and see, because he goes to the same hospital. He has a practice at several of them. When this is all over, I'm going to ask, can I come see? Can I see him there? Will he have somebody to check out the pacemaker? Is there somebody there? Because if I can go to both doctors at the same place, and it's only blocks from the market, rather than having to go cross country, we won't have to worry about getting back and forth. But I can do you one better. One day, I'm going to have to go downtown. And I'm not looking forward to it. And you might say, well, why would you say that? Because I need to go down St. Paul Street. I might just have to take a cab down there. It might cost like $20, $25. Or maybe I'll ride the scooter as far as I can go. Maybe like halfway. Maybe I'll ride it to like half charge. And then I'll call a cab. And take the cab the rest of the way. And then I'll go into the building and I'll get the paperwork. And then I'll take it to the doctors so they can fill it out. Like y'all said, I got a good doctor. And get her to fill the paperwork out so that I can get the MTA. If I can get the MTA, then I can take a cab there and only pay $3. And I can go, I think it's then they changed it to 20. It used to be 4. First it was unlimited. Then they brought it down to 40. Now I think it's 20. But I can go in any direction. So it won't matter where I move to. I'll still be able to get to my doctors. It won't matter. So maybe I ought to take advantage of that. Because the doctor suggested it. She thought I was talking about that program. I was talking about the scooter. But I tell you this, it's nice to be able to go into the market and they can't say nothing. Nice to be able to go everywhere and can't nobody say nothing. This ain't the one I wanted, but it'll do. I wanted something with some more oomph. But it's okay. Only thing is taking it up and down the steps. But you can't tell me it's exercise. God darn. Now, like I said, we're going to try and use that for leverage. We're going to try and use that for some leverage later on, but we're not going to worry about it right now. I'm not really worried about it right now. Right now, I'm trying not to catch this TV. All that other stuff is irrelevant. I'm trying not to get sick because I am one of the people with the existing health conditions. I've already had pneumonia in my left lung and was stuck in the hospital for 9 days in intensive care. So I already know what it feels like to have the CV, but it was just the flu. But people die from the flu every year. A lot of people. So this virus is just like the flu. It's just worse. Now most people that get it experience having the flu and it's gone. And some people, the respiratory system can't handle it and it tears them up. I'm one of them people. Now, I don't even know. Do I have antibodies? Because I had pneumonia? It's the pneumonia that kills the people. Maybe I have an antibody. I don't know. Maybe that's why everybody don't die from it. Maybe you either got the power to fight it off or you might have antibodies already from fighting off. I think if you almost died from the flu, I think that you should have some antibodies. I mean, you get the chicken pox, you don't get it again. You get the mumps, you don't get it again. So I think, like I said, I had got a flu shot 2 years ago. I ain't had a flu shot in 2 years. But since I had that pneumonia, I haven't got the flu. But every time I go outside, I get the sniffles. But I haven't had the flu in years. So maybe I have antibodies. I don't know. Maybe my body is, after fighting off that pneumonia, maybe my body's like, yeah. So I don't know. But like I said, it's been 2 days now. Man, what's today's date? It's the 12th now. So as about 12 o'clock today, it'll be 2 days, and I don't feel, and you see, it's 1:49 in the morning. We still out here. I don't feel no difference. So hopefully I didn't catch anything. And I'm thinking about going to the store. Now I really don't need to. It's a matter of being lazy. There are some things you just want to snack on, but you don't feel like cooking. Like I said, we got the pack of pork chops in there. We got the pack of chicken wings in there. We got the 4 packs of the English muffins in there. We still got the 2 cans of greens. We still got the hot dog and pork and beans in the can. We still got a bag of rice left. We still got some other things. There's no we still got eggs. I've been using the eggs as a side order. I'll make the chicken with a side of eggs. I'll make the English muffins and have some eggs as a side order. It's just a matter of being whether or not you lazy enough. But I might go to the market. Maybe I'll go Monday morning. Maybe I'll go Monday morning. If I hadn't been streaming this long, I would have went. Now see, the sun ain't gone down. So, but we'll see. I might go Monday. I might go bright and early Monday morning. I ain't got nothing to do. Still got 2 months before I got to be at the doctor, so I'm sitting good. Like I said, sometimes you want something you can just grab. That's what made them crimpets so good. You can just grab 2 crimpets when you got the munchies, and then you good, you know. Or if you got the cookies, you can eat 4 or 5 cookies, you know, and be good until you got around to getting up and cooking, you know. That's why I like the English muffins. They don't take long to make. And the way I make them, I know it's the bad way, but the way I make them, you put 4 pieces of butter in the pan, right? Because 4 of them fit in there. Then you open them up and you open them up and you turn them bottom side up, and you put it in the butter, stir it around, put each one in this little butter, stir it around. While it's cooking, you put a little bit of butter on the inside and for the nooks and crannies, right? After about a couple of minutes, you flip it, and then you fry the other side. And you swirl it around because you put a little bit of butter on there, not about that much, and then you smear it around and you let it cook. Then you flip it over again. Then you take it out. You put the jelly on there, and you go sit down. These takes 4 or 5 minutes. Doesn't take long. You get something hot. It's a nice little snack. Now, I haven't cooked the pork chops yet, and I haven't made the chicken wings. I might go in there and y'all might laugh at me. But I'll make the English muffins. Just make 4 of them, right? Sit it on this chair I'm talking to you in right now. I'll go back in the kitchen, clean the pot out, add the grease, turn the burner on low, and start flouring the chicken. I'll put the chicken in there, put the seasoning all on there. I'll come back out here and start watching the wrestling, and I'll be eating the English muffins while the chicken cooking. Ain't no worse than you got the food cooking and your stomach is growling, especially after I done a long scream, you know. So at least you get to eat something. You can go ahead and take your medicine. You got something on your stomach. And then when the chicken is ready, you ain't rushing and burning your lips because you're hungry. You just sit it. I sit it right here in this chair and sit it right over there. Turn the TV on and sit there, and I will watch something while it cools. And then I'll go ahead and eat. So I think we're going to have chicken wings. We're going to make the 4 English muffins. And then, like I said, I haven't ate anything all day. Seriously, I haven't ate anything all day. I think I'm going to make the English muffins and the eggs. Put them on a plate. If I'm still hungry, then I'll go back and maybe I'll make like 4 chicken wings. And we'll do it like that. Y'all will say, oh, you eating all that food. I ain't ate nothing all day. That's like all 4 meals in one. Now, while I was working on this computer, I could have cooked something. But that shows the dedication. Sometimes it's too stupid. Is anybody still here? It's 2 in the morning. Anybody still here? We still live. I still got this on the screen. Is anybody still? Am I talking to nobody? Ain't nobody said nothing in a long time. I say one person here. Yep. Well, all right, let me get out of here then. We're sitting here with one person. Y'all have a great night. And I will see y'all later on. Or as Naya would say, see you soon. Have a great night, everyone. And we out. Where is this button here? Trying to wait and see if anybody say anything. So we only dropped 601 frames. That's 0.3%. PC usage is around 39 to 41%. So I wonder if I take it up to 2000, maybe not 2560, but if I take it up to 2048 by 1152, I wonder. But I gotta see how this look. No need to talk about going higher when I haven't seen how this look. So all right, y'all. Y'all have a great night. Peace, everybody.